Okay, let us stand for a prayer. Let's pray. Mighty Jehovah, King of glory, we want to thank you, Lord, for this morning. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you, Jehovah, King of glory, because of this gathering. Since yesterday, it has taken upon your hand, and we want to commit ourselves even into this last day, Jehovah, Lord, as we deliberate on issues pertaining our environment, Jehovah, King of glory, that you gave us domain over it, O God. We pray that you may lead us until the end. For we pray this, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Jeruto. So we have our first presenter who is going to be online today. The presenter is in Zimbabwe and he's online. Is Dr. Mutiso. Dr. Mutiso? Yes, of School of Arts, Moore University. So he's online and he's going to speak on gender roles, shift and family cohesion amidst climate change in Wajir West Sub-County in Kenya. Welcome, Dr. Mutiso. I can see you're already there. Karibu sana. We welcome you to give your presentation. Dr. Mutiso, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. Karibu.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Karibu.
It's only that I don't think that I've got rights to share the slides.
Okay, just a minute. We are giving you the rights just now. Okay. So you will have 15 minutes to give your presentation.
It's still disabled.
Please try again. Try sharing.
Dr. Mutiso, you can try
Okay.
sharing. You have the rights now.
Thank you. Now I think I can see. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Just make it.
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. As you've heard, I'm called Dr. Moses Mutiso. I teach at my university at Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Anthropology, but currently I was also attending another climate change conference which ended yesterday evening in Zimbabwe. Today, I want just to present how climate change is affecting gender role, is leading to gender role shifts and family cohesion amidst climate change in Wajir West Sub-County. And it's a work that I've done as an exploratory with my partners from South Africa, Professor Roman Nicolette Vanessa, and two of my students, Hamdi Abdi and Claire Nakwea. And it's about generally bringing out that most people look at climate change in terms of the ravages it brings to biodiversity, but there's much more even at family setup. Of course, climate change has severely impacted vulnerable rural areas like Wajir West, especially people who are in the agriculture sector or even pastoralist communities. Ideally, if you look in most African communities, the traditional gender roles are mainly assigned to men in terms of income generating tasks. And women are just supposed to do like household responsibilities. But due to pressures, especially environmental pressures like drought, even high temperatures in a place, or even flood, these roles are shifting. And we are finding that women are taking more of financial and leadership duties. And a place like Wajir, majority of men have often migrated to look for work elsewhere, and they leave the women to manage both the homes and finances, which disrupts family structures. And this has contributed to role conflicts. And most of these studies that we have, even in Africa, rarely do you find them looking about climate change and family well-being or dimensions. So this study sought to explore how shifting gender roles in Wajir West affect family cohesion. And these shifting gender roles are specifically the ones that are brought by issues of climate change. This study was guided by the theoretical framework of GAD, that is gender development framework, and it was just a way of like critiquing the traditional views, because in traditional views, norms, in traditional views, you know how it looks like that women, for example, the gender roles are socially constructed and adaptable. But for this case, for GAD, it was an attempt by Mosa to show that gender roles are socially constructed and adaptable. For our design, our study was purely qualitative. And also we studied Wajir West sub-county, which is an arid rural region heavily affected by climate change. The target population was women from Wajir West households directly experiencing changes in family roles due to climate impacts. And the sample size, being a qualitative study in nature, it involved only 16 women from Wajir West, and were selected using purposive sampling to ensure that the participants had direct experience with climate-driven changes in roles and family dynamics. In terms of data collection, of course, we did an in-depth interviews, one-on session with all 16 women. We also had 2 focus groups of 8 women with mixed ages and background to capture the diverse views. In terms of data analysis, of course, we looked at, it was all about thematic analysis to find the patterns of the data. We also used aid of NVivo software, which help organize and analyze teams on gender roles and family dynamics. In this study, S was followed. Informed consent was obtained with all information kept private and anonymous. And also we got a permit from NACOSTI, and also was we got an ethical clearance by Daystar University for it to be done. For profile of respondents, of course, this is just generally. Majority of the respondents, between 50% were between 21 to 42 years. Others, in terms of marital status, majority were married. Those at 7.5. Then we had 7.5 also being single. Type of family, being a predominantly Muslim community, majority of women were coming from polygamous households, and this could have an implication. Then children, 68.8% had children, and you can see even for those who had children, 31.2 had children who are 5 to 8. So these are big families. In terms of ethnicity, most of our respondents, 100%, were Somali, and all of them were Muslim, based on the area that we were studying. So our results found out that this climate-driven gender roles has led to a measure on household emotional dynamics. For example, we were able to find out that it has led to strain on spousal relationship, because some men think that some men, because their women are now engaged into becoming primary breadwinner, it has led to emotional disconnection, where there has been role reversal, which has created tension and conflict within marriages, as spouses struggle to communicate amid the pressures of new responsibilities and financial stress. Because here is a case where your wife now is a primary breadwinner. you are not together most of the time. She's looking, because of drought and flood situation, she's looking for things to do to bring money home. Another thing was emotional detachment from children, because there's a lot of increased economic demands. People have to eat at the house. So the mothers are forced to balance, for example, between caregiving and breadwinning roles, which had reduced emotional interaction with their children. They come late, and even if the kids want to share something with the parent, with the mother, they cannot share anything because the mothers are tired from where they are going to look for money or for food for the family. So many mothers felt guilty for being less available emotionally due to the need to earn income. Then there's also the issue of reduced personal affection, because these are women who are climate change has brought a lot of stress in the family. They have gone to work. So even when they come at home, there's nothing much with their husband. They don't feel that connection as this is my person. There's also impact on extended family support. For example, here is a case in Muslim community, especially the Somalis. The extended family should be able to take care of kids of their son or daughter. But in this case where climate change has affected them, you find that even if your husband has run away because of the effects of climate change, and you are a wife left with kids there, if you go to extended family, they don't want to hear issues of survival or to support you as an extended family nowadays. It has shifted. Families have just prioritized individual survival over shared support. Then also another thing that we found out was the issue of effect of climate change on family communication and gender roles. Spousal communication breeds women primary breadwinners, leading to tension and miscommunication as roles shift. Even within the family setup, the conversations have changed. Even if your husband is there and one who is going to look for, you have become breadwinner as a lady, you come back to the house, you basically talk on the family talks. It's on basic needs like food or water. What are we going to eat tomorrow? There's nothing like, honey, how was your day today? Or what can we do as a family? No, it has just focused on survival. What are we going to eat tomorrow? Where are we going to get water? Then there was also gaps in communication with children, as earlier alluded, that communication between the women who have gone out as breadwinners because of climate change. Communication with their kids is not decision making. Women decision making roles increase as men migrate. So when men come, they feel like they have been excluded. Their wives have made decisions without their consent. So it has reduced family cooperation. Then another thing is weekend extended family communication, because extended family nowadays, everyone is for himself. So if you want to pass a message that your kids are suffering, your husband has gone away to go and look for food, people don't want to listen to those stories. Of course, this thing, of course, has also led to the issues of gender-based violence. Men feel their role as providers are treated as women become breadwinners due to droughts and floods, leading to increased aggression. For example, a lady said, since I took over finances due to drought, my husband has become more aggressive. That is physical violence. The others were beaten. Then there's psychological abuse. As women take on decision-making roles, men respond with verbal abuse, creating a tense home environment. Like anything you talk, someone just tells you, my husband blamed me for financial struggles since the droughts. There's also abuse. Power are the merge as men resist shared financial control. The Somali men don't want to believe that their women can now have what? Money. it's just like moving away from your space because you realize climate change is bringing problem to us. But when men find women are getting money outside, they still want to control how that money is spent, and they have not contributed to the ladies to go and even get the firewood, start selling, or going to the local market to start selling vegetables. There was also issue of social isolation. Men restrict women's social interaction to limit their independence, isolating them from support networks because they're being blamed. You guys, because you have started earning your own money, you'll grow ons. And since you'll grow ons, we don't want you to meet with other ladies or interact with others. They'll make you grow more much. So GBV is something that has cropped up due to climate-induced gender role shifts. Of course, there are also issues of leadership, resistance to changing gender roles, because these are predominantly Islamic community, and women are not supposed to have like new roles or new, their roles are specifically to be at household, but if they're going outside household sphere, then there's also a problem. There's also a shift in community perception. There are others who are now increasingly accepting that women can play a very good role during climate crisis. So they are being allowed to do that. Also, some of the traditional leaders have really supported and told the families to accept these gender shifts because of climate change, so that women can now be allowed to even talk about issues in the family, especially of livelihood and how to mitigate effects of climate change. As conclusion, climate-driven challenges like drought and flood have disrupted family dynamics, forcing a reconfiguration of traditional gender roles. Women now bear increased economic and domestic burdens, which has strained the family emotional support and communication. Role shifts have weakened spousal connections, reduced parent-child interaction, and limited extended family support. It has also increased gender-based violence and cultural resistance to changing norms, to changing gender norms and to our families. And we can say that there is need for more interventions to be done. We are proposing gender, we are promoting, we promote gender sensitive engagement. We are also proposing we have enhanced family communication. We're also proposing to women empowered economic, like financial literacy programs, so that they don't have conflicts with their husbands when they are being monitored or managed in terms of where have you put the money to. And he still wants to make a say of where the women will use their money for. And that these are trying to mitigate climate change. We're also encouraging leaders to realities. We also want the family support networks to be revived, so that there's need for an intervention on how to deal with extended family support amidst climate stress. And also, because they're also some in some situation on mental health, there's something that need to be done on mental health services for women. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutua. We are going to open the floor for questions. Can we have some questions for Dr. Mutua? It's question time. questions for Dr. Mutua? On gender issues. Okay.
My name is Margaret Obogo from Scope Intervention. I have a question for Dr. Mutua. I'll just go straight to the question. I won't rephrase it. In what ways do shifts in gender roles impact the overall resilience of families and communities to climate-related shocks and stresses?
Dr. Mutua?
Understand.
You can repeat the question.
What is Margaret asking?
Okay, in what ways do shifts in gender roles impact the overall resilience of families and communities to climate-related shocks and stresses?
We have a second question.
Okay.
You can wait for the second question, Dr. Mutua. Okay, thank you, Dr. Mutua, for that presentation. My question or my concern, maybe you can enlighten us on what Dr. Mutua, thank you for the good presentation. Maybe there is a concern on the issue of
Dr. Mutua, your connection is a bit unstable.
Okay, I believe the internet is okay now. Dr. Mutua, thank you for that good presentation. My concern is actually on issue of gender-based violence, especially I'm worried when the men have gone to search for pastures. And you've talked of the mental health issue. How safe are the women? Thank you. Okay, can we have another question now? That those are so that we can be gender balanced also. Question from a man now.
Thank you, Doctor. My question goes. My question is, you have said that there is gender-based violence. Did you realize an instance whereby the household size could have led the men to run away from their respective homes?
I think you can answer those three questions. The three questions. Dr. Mutua, can you hear us? Oh, I think you've muted. Your audio is not, we can't hear
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So thank you very much for the question on in what is led for resilience, adaptation to resilience, because women have realized that they cannot stay at home, and they have also, women have also realized that they cannot stay at home to be seen. So it's just that love of a lady to the move away. And what we observe is that in that study, we observe women
Dr. Mutua, we
are
cannot hear
are
you
also
clearly.
talking with one another,
Hello.
encouraging one another that we have to do something for our kids. And that has contributed to the overall resilience, because apart from gender role shifts, they have been able also to join groups which cushions them. So even if the husband has run away and they are getting some small cash from the small businesses they are doing, be it to sell charcoal or to sell vegetables in the market, or even some of them are going to do that work of washing clothes to other women who can pay like 1 shilling. So despite the gender role shifts, they are also they have opened their mind to deal with other new ways of surviving. Then someone was talking about how safe are women in terms of GBV and mental health is being affected. Remember, generally, something of mental is not something that you can say you are always, because when it comes to GBV, physical abuse is the most unsafe one. If we talk about psychological abuse, imagine you're going to look for work to do for your kids to eat. Here you come, a man is not talking with you and you're staying together. It's looking like you're competing with him. It's still not safe. Whether there's mental health, all categories of physical abuse, as I mentioned, they are still not safe for women, because at the end of the day, you are going out, you are getting money to survive for the family, but your husband comes and that you have, he wants to take it and control how you spend it. Gender balance need to be expounded more. And that is why you find even currently organizations like Welcome Trust are really focusing more on issues of specific triggers of climate change on mental health. And unfortunately, women and children are the most affected, because even as we talk about gender-based violence, women are supposed, according to the culture of Somali, women are supposed to be submissive to their husbands. Here is a case where your husband sees you, you are going to work, and you are not supposed, he's the one who's supposed to be the breadwinner. So it's like the issues of let me be with you now. And that is why you are even finding the extended family members, they don't want to support men and children, because they are looking like this one is not listening to a son and daughter. Then there's one who the question was not clear. Will it be men are running away from responsibilities? I think that was the question. Because of the high numbers. Generally, that is not the case, because remember, these are predominantly pastoralist community, so they are used to move away. In this pastoral community, majority of them are polygamous. So even as a man migrates, he can decide to go with one wife and leave the others. They want softer life, according to the stories that were given, lived experiences by the women. They don't want to be there during that time of harsh climatic change. They just want soft life, and they live away. So women, with your kids, pambana na hali yako. I hope I've answered all the 3 questions that were put into me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mutiso. We appreciate you so much. We are going to, let's applaud him. Thank you so much for coming and giving us that very enlightening presentation. And you've really provoked our minds. It's not
not very easy in some of those communities that you are working in. Thank you so much. We are now going to have one physical presentation from Eldoret Return Water Fund. We have the program manager, Mr. Kibet is here, Steve Kibet. Karibu sana. I think your presentation is already loaded. Karibu.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Can you wave? This is always how we greet ourselves. Okay, my name is Stephen Kibet. I work for the Nature Conservancy, and currently I'm supporting a project that's called Eldoret Return Water Fund. Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so as I've said, my name is Stephen Kibet, and I work for the Nature Conservancy as Resilience Watersheds Manager, and I do support a project that is called Eldoret Return Water Fund. So basically, first I just want to appreciate the conveners for this conference. I think it is very timely to rethink about our ecosystem. You've just heard from Dr. Mutua the impact of these climate changes that has on the society. And now in Eldoret Return Water Fund, what we are trying to do is to build resilient watersheds. So you've seen in the presentation, I have titled Collaborative Efforts towards building resilient watersheds. So the whole point is water is life. That is what we know. But then where is the source of this water? The source of this water is in the catchment, and most of these are actually our water towers. So I do appreciate, like, this is really a timely discussion to discuss about how do we now restore our watersheds. So just to give you a very brief on Eldoret Return Water Fund, it is a 3-year program that we are implementing, and it is funded by a global environmental facility. That is the seed money that was provided through International Food for Agricultural Development, that is IFAD, and Ministry of Environment. But then you will see that we have co-financing. That is why I've termed it collaborative, because the resources that we get from the Global Environmental Facility is not enough to help us restore our watersheds. So the approach that we have used is that we have co-financing. So as you can see from the figures there, we have 2.9 million US dollars, but in terms of co-financing, you see that is really a lot in terms of what we are getting. That is around 24.7. And this is mainly in kind, and some of it actually are in cash. I would want to mention that the major contributors to this work is the county. So we have the Elgeyo Marakwet County and Uasin Gishu County. So you'll see how that is coming about. And you can see the areas that we are focusing on. So we have 5 watersheds that we are focusing on. One is what we call the Maipen catchment. So for those probably who understands geography of this area, that is the main source of water that is coming to Eldoret. The water that we are taking here in University of Eldoret, most of them actually come from the Cherangani water tower, and that is part of what we have, the Maipen catchment. Then when you go to the other part, we have the Sabur. So probably for those who live in Iten, they depend on water from the areas of Sabur. Then we have Keses, we have Kipkaren, to rivers, all that catchment all the way towards Pan Forest. That is the areas that we are putting our effort, that within these 3 years, we build a sustainable model for conserving our watersheds. So what is so unique about this program? Yes, we are using a model that is called a water fund. So there are 2 terms there, water and the fund. So how do we do this? probably most of you, you've heard of the term payment for ecosystem services. So it is more or less related to that. But then there is a component that we've inbuilt within this model, and this is what the Nature Conservancy has tested this model since 1997. So as we speak, we are covering 50 regions globally. And in Africa alone, you can see the map where areas that we have water funds. Our first water fund started in 2016 in Nairobi, and it was funded by Global Environmental Facility for a period of 5 years. But as we speak now, they are in their 9th year. So what is the science, or what made this fund go beyond the normal funding cycle? Because for us to sustainably manage these watersheds, then it needs that we be there for a longer period of time. If we have a shorter term project like 3 years, 2 years, or 5 years, we will not conserve fully our ecosystem. We need to be there so that we can be adaptive to the challenges that are coming over each and every day. So basically, you see our spread. But then now, what makes the water fund model very unique in the sense is that we build the governance structure and the financial structure. And those two has to be well linked. Now, when you look at the governance structure, we like really to have the local stakeholders actively participate in the conservation. And then now, when it comes now to the financing, we look at different models for financing. Some of them would be through the private sector, putting in resources for conservation. And then the other thing that we also do is see how, of course, work with the communities so that in a way they do an in-kind contribution to the conservation. And this you will see as I continue with the presentation. So the whole lessons is, this is how our ecosystem looks like. You can see the vegetation, we don't have a lot of vegetation. The riparian areas are really degraded. When you look at the river system, the waters are very dirty. There's a lot of sediment. There's a lot of factories down here that is depending on those waters. So let's assume this is Eldoret. Now we've become a city. The demand for water will go high. But then how is the status of our catchment? Are we able to sustain this city because the population will grow in the next 50 years? So it is actually the discussion that we really need to bring this ecosystem to something like this. I believe all of us like this picture. And that is why we are here. We want to bring our ecosystem so that when we are rethinking this ecosystem of ours, is that we bring it back to something like this. At least we have a lot of vegetation cover, the rivers are clean, and even the water utility companies, which plays a very key role, like for example, Eldowas, which is hosting our program, they reduce the cost of treating the waters. Because if there's a lot of sediment that is coming from the catchment, there is a lot of nitrates, phosphorus, all this going to the river system. It means then the water utility companies will increase the cost of cleaning the waters that we get in our homes. And what that means, they will increase the rates that we pay. So it will actually directly impact you and me if we don't do this conservation. Now, so basically, when we are looking at this, we have some targets that we have put for ourselves, and why we are now in the first half of the year. We are targeting that we work with our partners so that we ensure that the 85,000 hectares of forested areas are conserved. There are areas within these forested areas that are degraded. We want to put a lot of effort and work with the Kenya Forest Service, the Community Forest Association to do conservation. We have the wetlands. These are the areas actually that helps to clean the waters, but we are overloading it with a lot of sediments, we are loading with a lot of chemicals. So the potential for the wetlands to clean our river system and even to maintain the biodiversity, which is very critical, is actually going down. So we are targeting to do around 5,000, and of course I'll show you the progress that we have made so far and the approaches that we have used. Then now we go to the riparian areas. Again, our riparian areas, our farmers are farmed very close to the rivers. We are targeting that we bring around 300 kilometers within 3 years of this program, that they are well conserved. And these are areas where the farmers have gone close and even farming close to the river system. Then again, we are looking in terms of, working with the communities. You can see at the CFS, the RUAs, and most of these who are actually living with these catchment areas, so that now we can work together in terms of conservation. And I have to appreciate this work, we could not even succeed without support from the counties. We need really the political will we work sometimes and we don't have the muscle even to reach out to many of these communities. But then counties have a good network, and when we write with them and work with them, that is when we deliver the results. So you can see some of this, but basically what we aim at ensuring that the water systems are clean. We have quantity water and clean water that is coming to our reservoirs. And two, when we are doing this, we want to make our people happy, because they are the one who will help us conserve in the long term. So then through this, we are improving the livelihoods of the local community. When we are doing all of this, then the component of biodiversity comes in. You know, there are the microphytes, there are many microorganisms that is in the ecosystem. I know, for example, in this catchment, maybe we don't have really the big five. But you see, there are small microorganisms that play a very key role in our ecosystem. For those who come from the upper part of the catchment, we are now still asking ourselves, do we have the bees? Or because we are now doing farming of potatoes and using a lot of chemicals, we are killing our bees. So that is the discussion that we really need to have, because if we don't do this, then we will not even have the honey. I'm not sure if we go to all this catchment, we have enough honey, the way our great-grandfathers used to have. So these are all the things that we are doing. And overall, then when we are doing this, what will be our contribution towards climate change mitigation? The issue of carbon. We are planting a lot of trees to reduce the level of carbon. And through this, it becomes also a financing model. So one of the things that we are using as a fund is to tap into the carbon market so that it can also sustain the conservation efforts. We are bringing in, of course, champions. You can see Faith Kipyego. Probably most of you know her. She's now at the top of his career in terms of athletics. But when after training, she joins us to distribute avocado trees. So that is how we are working with these athletes that are within the catchment. You know, she trains within Kaptagat area, and that is where is part of the catchment. So we are not paying her, she just comes in and helps us to do this. So we also need to bring this to a level that even at the international level, people see the importance of this ecosystem. Now, I just want to share with you how are we moving from a project to a sustainable program that will last for 70+ years. As I've said, Nairobi, they were in the 5 year, they are now in their 9th year. Cape Town in South Africa, they had what we call day zero. Maybe you'll Google. It's a time that they didn't have water, and it was declared day zero. But then now, because of this model, from Nairobi, we gave an advice, and they started what we call Cape Town Water Fund. Now they are in their 6th year. So they are also sustainable. So can we make also Eldoret Iten Water Fund a sustainable means of conserving our watersheds? So in as much as it's a 3-year program, we want to build something that is 70 years plus, that we can leave to the next generation. So one of the things that we are doing is to build the fund. And as I've said, there is the governance structure, and then there is the financing structure. Now, we've already done some studies, and we've brought in governance experts who came from the US. This is our team that have been working for the water funds for more than 20 years. And they came engaged with our communities, engaged with our stakeholders, and I'm happy some of our stakeholders are here. I'm happy when I see Professor Mondi, Professor Liz Wamburi is part of our team. We have Jason and many others who are here. They are part of our steering committee. They're helping us drive this agenda. So when now we are working with this is to now come up with a structure. And if you go to Eldawa's website, we've just advertised for a legal person to help us develop the governance legal documents, because we want to establish the fund by March next year. So this is some of the things that we've already started. And then we are working, of course, I've said we work with the counties. We want to support, contribute towards the agenda for the counties. They have the CIDPs. So when they were doing the public participation, we gave our contribution as a fund, because we believe the way that we can ensure this conservation agenda is done is when we have this, when we contribute to the policy, so that the counties know where to put their resources. And when the partners comes in and they want to invest, they have a structured way of investing. So this is some of the approaches that we are using. Now, I just want to bring to you, okay, maybe the sense or something is happening. Okay, good. Now, the second component is where what we call Tarapa meets the road here. the actual work on the ground. So that one was just on the policy part, that we want to build an institution that is going to sustainably conserve our watersheds. Now, what are we doing on the ground? You can see a map here. I like maps because that is what I've been doing for the last 13 years through the guidance of Professor Omondi and the rest. This is a map of where our farmers are. So we actually track our farmers and we know where our farmers are. So we've engaged with 23,000 farmers within a period of 1.5 years. And these are farmers. We've developed what we call farm-specific action plan. So we plan their farm. So we have 51 staff on the ground who work from morning to evening, going from house to house, doing planning. They draw the plan and enter it into a digital system that is transmitted directly to our database. Now, how do we translate this farm plan so that it becomes conserved? Through the farm-specific action plan, we are able to know how many trees that farmer requires, what is the size of the riparian areas that we want to do the conservation. We help the farmer identify areas to put terraces or grass strips, and if they need a water pan, we identify the suitable site that the farmer will lay the water pan. Because we have another team that's called the water pan promoters who comes in and now helps the farmers to do that. Now, all these farmers, you can see they are spread within the catchment. And the other thing I just want to mention is that the counties were very kind enough because they also seconded staff to help us work in the project. So Wasingishu gave us 2 staff, and Elgeyo Marakwet also gave us 2 staff to support in the program. And these are contributions. So the only thing we facilitate is to give them a motorbike and their daily allowances to go to the field. Those guys, we meet them when they are already doing their work on a daily basis. And then now, how do we bring the youth from the community? We've brought the 51 that what we call the technical assistants are youth from the community who are now working with the farmers, and we have fully trained them on how to do the farm planning and advise farmers on how to do conservation. Now, the other thing that I want to mention is that in the protected areas, we work with the Community Forest Association and Kenya Forest Service. So as I've said, we are targeting to do conservation or ensure that the 85,000 forests that we have is under what we call improved management. So at the moment, we have been able to do 111,000 hectares that are just surrounding the forested areas through different efforts. Some of them would be enclosures just to allow for natural regeneration. And I have to mention that for the protected forested areas, we've noted that actually you may just don't even need to plant trees directly. Just even creating an enclosure alone is enough to allow natural regeneration because it has become like a seed bank. Then the other thing that we've of course worked with Kenya Forest Service, Kenya Water Towers Agency to do a 50 to plant bamboo in 150 areas that they had identified, which is covering 50 hectares. Then, so as we speak right now, we've already done 1.3 million of indigenous trees, and the survival counts is super crazy, 80%. Reason is we had a lot of rainfall last year. So we've also had some learning experiences. If you want to plant trees, plant when there is a lot of moisture. Don't plant just because of the short rains. It will not sustain them. And for the areas that you are doing, ensure that the depth of the holes are dug well. And I have to appreciate Kenya Forest Service for their expertise on this. We would not have achieved without their expertise. So there are things that, of course, from program we do not know, but our partners know. So that is why I'm referring this as collaborative. We have planned many things through this program. Now, I just want also to give you an idea in terms of the riparian areas. As I've said, our target is 300 kilometers, and we are in halfway now. We are half time, and normally, you know, in a football game, it is the half time that determines the game. We are already at 230 kilometers. That you can go to the ground and see the buffer zones well created. There are grasses that have been planted to control erosion and to ensure that the rivers are clean. We've already done 247 hectares out of the 500, and these numbers are going well. I have to mention that there is a wetland that we worked with the Elgeyo community, and when I pass by there and I see the crested crane birds that they had disappeared coming back, laying their eggs, and they have their kids, it gives me a lot of joy. These are the things that they may look minor, but if we can see the crested cranes, what about the microorganisms that is in that watershed? And the fact that it is a community who came about and put their time in to fence that. KFS gave the troppers. We gave, just facilitated their lunches. We didn't use a lot of resources, but leveraging on the goodwill of the community and the institutions that are there. So these are some of the things that you see. I know maybe the picture may not be very clear, but if you can see there is a crested crane bird inside the wetland. That is where they were laying their eggs. When we were young, we were trying to go through the reeds to see where their eggs are, but we still have the reeds, or we have cleared this to become farmlands. So these are some of the threats that we are trying to address. Now, another thing that we've noted is, in these areas where it is the source of water, women go down to the river to fetch water. How do we help these farm women so that they don't spend a lot of time going to the river to fetch water and then go back? Why don't we bring them a sustainable way of harvesting water at their homes? We are using the water pans. This is a very low-cost household water collection system. We have 100,000 liters, 50,000 liters, and 24,000 liters. The only contribution from the farmer is that we provide technical expertise in measuring, the farmer excavates, and we give a liner that is subsidized. If you do your calculation for 100,000 liters, the farmer only pays 6,000 Kenya shillings, which we consider that as a 20% of the cost of the whole cost. But then 6,000, if you are to compute 10,000 water tank, it is 80,000 shillings. So the cost would be really around 800,000 just to even have that volume of water. And this is the efforts that we are trying to do. Now, there's something that has come out very interesting with these water pans. There's a change of mindset in the farmers on how they are doing things. Like, for example, this farmer, when we did this water pan, he used not to do drip irrigation, but now he's doing drip irrigation. And now he has even got to a level of growing crops. So it's very innovative how these farmers are doing these things. And it is giving them a source of income. Like this farmer, when we went to his farm, he used to do maize. But he has said that for me, maize is not giving me the money. It is these short-term crops that is giving me the money, because he has a small piece of land. This is what we are doing. And you can see on the other side, there are very tall grass. This is the super napier. That is what we call the pak chong, that has 18% protein content. It grows fast, it's friendly, doesn't have the spikes, and when you feed this with your livestock, you have milk, the milk increases. So we are trying to address the issue of food security on this other side, but again, contribute towards conservation. So I have to mention that already we have 348 water pans, and have to really appreciate also the effort by Elgeyo Marakwet County. They have supported the farmers on the lower side with 500 water pans. They have paid for the farmer contribution, and our team are on the ground working. We've done Barasa, so Jason, I really appreciate for the effort that you have helped us on that. So it's just really collaborative, because we want to transform the livelihoods of our people. Then I just want also to look at issues of capacity building. So Elders, they have the best lab in the region for doing water analysis. And they are putting in their resources to support us in terms of, doing this test, because we don't have the technical expertise. The experts go to the rivers to sample. We have 21 rivers that we sample on a schedule every 2 months. And with this, they do the analysis, and we know how our rivers are recovering. Now, we introduced another tool that is called biological condition gradient. So working with the National Museums of Kenya, we were able to assess the biodiversity, including the small microorganisms that are in the ecosystem, so that we know their status. So this is something that we've already done. Now, there's a challenge now when you look at 23,000 farmers. How do you engage with the 23,000 farmers? So we've developed a two-way SMS system where we engage with farmers. We provide information to the farmers when you want to distribute seedlings, and the system is so adaptable in the sense that you can even select farmers within a certain watershed, within a certain village, or within a certain group, and you're able to send a customized message. And I'm happy to report that we have around 75% delivery rates, and the response is massive. We do our survival counts by sending messages. How many avocados did we give you? 10. How many survived? Maybe 7. We already know the survival counts. So when we are reporting our survival counts, we know because we have used the SMS system. And then, of course, we have our team on the ground who normally does the checks. And as we speak, even the stakeholder steering committee, they they are on the ground helping us do survival counts as a separate team to just make sure that we are doing the right thing. Now, I think I've mentioned about the youth. Then in terms of MET, there's what we call management effectiveness tracking tool. And this is a tool that you use to evaluate how the forested areas or protected areas are well managed. And we've been able to work with Kenya Forest Service, Kenya Water Towers Agency, and KWS to rate ourselves. So we had a score of 50, but now we are at a score of 55. Just to increase one score is a lot of effort. So we are doing gradually on that, and with the efforts, we believe that if we reach 70, then our conservation areas will be well conserved. Then I just want to mention that we've had a lot of coverage from Citizen TV, NTV, many media that they have come in to cover our program. And this we don't pay, they come because there's some work that is going on that is changing livelihoods. Now, I want to bring something very crucial here. I know you may have heard of the indigenous communities. It's through this program that we did what we call the free, prior, and informed consent. So we got consent from the indigenous communities. And we didn't just end up on the consent. We moved a step ahead to do what we call Indigenous Peoples Action Plan. So we have 3 communities that we are working with, Sangwer, Cherangani, and Okiek. And these are communities that are within the catchment. Now, there are specific activities they came up, and we are funding directly from the program. For example, I have just picked the case of Okiek. They were interested in developing what we call beehive workshop. So we have done this for them, and I'm happy that now they are clocking close to 400 beehives they have done. And the expert is from the local community because they're now doing the modern beehives. Now you can see this young girl here. This young girl didn't have a job, but now she's able to do a beehive. So this is some of the empowerment efforts that we are doing for the communities. We are also doing the improved Chicos, and this is with the expertise of the local community. So we want to tap into their indigenous knowledge to contribute to conservation. Now, at some point we had to deploy technology. So for those who are interested in drones, I know most of us, we've seen drones during weddings and birthdays, but those are drones, we have drones now that is able to do conservation. So if you want to learn how to monitor ecosystem using drones, I think probably we are the best people that you can now come to learn from us, because we've gone to the trenches and now we know what it means to have a license from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. It is a rigorous process, but we have 16 youths that are now working full-time to do monitoring. I know I've seen in this room, we have many youths. They are interested in technology. How do we bring these youths to help us do conservation? It is when we have this type of technologies. You can see this imagery. They were counting for us the number of holes that we've dug. So we just fly the drone and we get the numbers. So it's not about guesswork anymore. We are able to do survival counts from this. We had floods, and we were able to advise these farmers the extent of which to do the farming, because we were able to fly and able to get a high resolution imageries of the extent of the floods. You know, all these things that we are doing, you can see that water pan. There are risk factors when you're establishing a water pan. So we fly over the farmland to see which is the suitable area to put the water pan. And is the water pan fenced? Because that is very critical for security. It is the drones that gives us those shots. So, and then the other thing is wetlands. When you want to know the status of the wetlands, we are not able to go inside the wetland. The only way we can do this is by deploying the drone. So there are quite a number of lessons. I have 2 slides that are remaining. I've been given. Those are the lessons. So number 1, community engagement is very critical. We cannot succeed implementing a project without the community. Number 2, integrating the indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is very crucial. Let's bring in the traditional knowledge to our conservation. It is very low cost, very efficient. The other thing that we have noted is bringing in the stakeholder steering committee. Bring your stakeholders in a committee and give them an active role to play and help drive the program. Then in terms of collaboration with the counties, very critical. I think I've mentioned this severally. And then the other thing is we've noted that when you promise communities that you are delivering seedlings, please deliver in good time. Otherwise, they will complain and they will not even do the conservation activities because they will feel like they have been cheated. Give them materials in good time and give them sufficient quantities. Then the other thing is, I think I've mentioned about the issue of the traditional knowledge. There are, of course, challenges. So I think I've just summarized quickly this one. Issues of communication, let us be adaptive. Let us look for ways in which we can engage with the communities using systems like SMSs and many other things. This is a very nice farm. You can see the super napier is there, intercropped with vegetables. That is how we want to do sustainable conservation. Otherwise, after that, I just want to say thank you, and we want to make these farmers happy. God bless you.
Yes. How many questions can we have? Maybe the first one.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I have two questions for the presenter. And first of all, let me appreciate their work because they are working in our area. I'm part of their work and their team. Mine is just of the two indigenous people you've mentioned, the Sengwer and the Cherengany. You've mentioned of the Okiek work that has been seen. And I think there were some issues with the Cherengany and the Sengwer. I want just to know whether you are able to also initiate and start their beekeeping workshop, and to the resolutions of the conflicts they had, because they were saying Sengwer and Cherengany are one, and here it's coming clear that they are two. Thank you. That is one. I think the final one is that you've mentioned of engaging the communities, and we have a number of areas that you've not covered, which of course you will also have to say something about the farmers. There were pilot projects, and you have just said you are dealing with individual farmers there, which you have mentioned. I don't know of the groups and the other associations that they have. Thank you.
Maybe you can respond to that first.
Yeah, I can respond because there are quite a number, and I have to appreciate this. You're very keen, and I'm happy the questions you are asking is very relevant. So let me start with the indigenous communities. Yes, indeed, how we engage with them, they had already written a letter of complaint. So we started from not a very good point of view, but I have to appreciate that we've walked with them the journey, and that is why they signed the free, prior, and informed consent. Now, about the difference between the Sengwer and the Cherengany, it was a tall order for us. Because when we engage with the Cherengany, they say they are one community. When you go to the Sengwer, they say they are independent community, but they are still related to the Sengwer. So how did we make the decision? So we had a lot of discussion, and they finally agreed that we treat them as separate communities. That is why they are appearing separate. So it is something that is drafted in the Indigenous Peoples Action Plan and also the free, prior, and informed consent. But of course, for us, for the project, we go by what they have agreed. If they agree that way, then we proceed with that. Now, about the conflicts, yes, we have a lot of engagement. Where do we do this engagement? We go to areas like Tango, where we have meetings there, Tunachinja, Kondo, Tukiongea, so that we address these issues. The only way you can do is being with them, sit with them, and listen to them. So that is what we've been doing. And the thing is, also they have a committee, so there are issues that are within themselves that can be resolved by Green Finance Handling Committee. But then for the one that is directly linked to the project, then it is my responsibility to go and address and have a discussion with them. Then in some cases, we may need to bring other stakeholders like the counties to help us in this process, because we cannot make it on our own, then we bring them on board. That is how we help in terms of resolving some of these conflicts. But the thing is, it's always there. It's just like a home where today you have solved this, tomorrow something else comes in, but it is the continuous engagement. Now, in terms of the interventions, yes, for the Sengwer, they already have a tree nursery that we are supporting. In the EPAP, they didn't have the issue of beehive workshop, but for the Cherengany, they have. Now, they have taken a bit of time to identify the site where we can do the workshop. So we are working with other stakeholders to see if we can get a place where we can establish for them the workshop. But in terms of tree nurseries, they have already started. It's already ongoing across all all these indigenous communities. Now, the good thing is that we are helping them raise the trees, and we'll buy the trees from them. So they'll get money in their pockets. Then about the farmers, yes, we work with individual farmers, but then in this second year, we want to plug in into existing groups and also form what we call farmer-led groups. So those are the two approaches that we are going to use, because we didn't want just to start with the groups before we reach the individual farmers. And thank you for your question. I really appreciate it.
In the interest of time, we are on to stop there. I know this is a very interesting topic, but you can continue the conversations during other times. I personally have a question, but I think so you can see. So I'm going to invite Salvatore Corredu to present. They're saying that we can ask another question in the meantime. Whose question is more burning?
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. My question is, there is in the forests, there is this system of the shamba system. Your views on it and how it's affecting environmental conservation. And then number two, there is a perception that the waters usually flow downstream. Those whom we require to conserve the environment and probably to be able to nurture the rivers, they may not benefit directly from the waters. For example, the Elgeyo water we're getting in Elgeyo town, we're imagining that it's been, the source is in Elgeyo Marakwet. Does it affect the whole process? This is a challenge to environment conservation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. For the Shamba system, you know that is under management by Kenya Forest Service. But I just want to mention a very successful story that we did recently. Actually, that is in April, May, and June. We brought 85,000 hectares of what was a Shamba system to indigenous. So when you go there, we've actually planted indigenous trees along that area. So the whole point was the Shamba system had zonation, but at some point, some of them went very close to the riparian areas. So we worked with Kenya Forest Service and identified the Shamba system that were done very close to the riparian areas, and we now planted indigenous trees. So just alone, this year alone, we have 85,000, and when we did our survival count there, it was 92%. So those are some of the things that we are trying to do. Of course, we don't have too much muscle in terms of saying we are Polish because we are a program, but it's a discussion that, of course, we all have the stakeholders. We need to have a discussion so that we can bring back areas that we consider to be critical for the ecosystem. Now, about the benefits in terms of those who are in the upper part of the catchment, I think that one example of a farmer who has a water pan, they have changed their mindset, that is a direct contribution and benefit. So if you do that and farmers feel it, then that is a direct conservation effort that they are getting. So in terms of the benefits, it's because when we now say we want to build a fund, we will put into what we call an endowment fund. And this is what will go now to conserve the catchment areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. In the interest of time, we'll stop there. And Salvatore, you're welcome to give your presentation. Where is it rounded? It's in the. Oh, it's already there?
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Salvatore Corredu. I'm the CEO of Ambassador Bito Foundation. As an organization, we deal with environment conservation, unprivileged children, and climate change mitigation. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. And as an organization, as I said before, so the first activity was unprivileged for unprivileged children, so giving them support for scholarship.
And so about environmental challenges in Kenya. So of course, as an organization, before to start any activities, we have to study the situation, the way it is now, for example, here in Kenya, or environment. And so we got the data about deforestation. We realized that in Kenya, every year there is a loss of over 10,000 hectares of forest. Of course, we are going to lose biodiversity, land degradation, and water quality deterioration. So, just to give you an example, because I believe apart the numbers, we need to give to have an example. For example, 10,000 hectares per year. It means like, for example, we are going to lose an area like Paris, French, or Eldoret, because Eldoret is 14,700 hectares, or Central Park, 340 times Central Park in New York. So this is the loss of forest every year. So then apart this one, so we have even to calculate, for example, as an individual, we have to think even what is our impact in the environment every year. For example, this is a questionnaire we created in our platform online. So to understand what is our impact per year. For example, how often do we travel by plane per year? For example, I just put an example there. 1 or 2 times the plane per year, a domestic flight, and then this one. Okay, and anyway, like how often we use the car daily. For example, car means even getting a matatu, a boda boda, daily. How often we can ride like twice per day. Then how many kilometers? We do the calculation, many kilometers per week. And then at the end, okay, we have the result. Or the total CO2 we are using per year. In this example, this is the minimum sample, is 8 tons per year. So that means to balance, to offset the 8 tons per year, each individual should plant 387 trees for the next 50 years. So if you plant 387 trees, you are compensating your pollution in the next 50 years, because of course the trees they absorb carbon daily. So after this one, of course, due to deforestation, we have problem with soil erosion, and then it's related with climate change, because now due to climate change, even the rainfall per year, maybe as we check, can be like the same quantity, but the same quantity of water is in the same in a short period. Like for example, let's say 100 milliliters of water. Now before was spread in 6 months, and now maybe we get in 1 month. And of course, due to deforestation, we have an issue with soil erosion, landslide, and the rest, of course. Okay, so now our strategy as an organization is we have to have a restoration goal. We have to have a scientific method, a collaborative approach, and environment. Of course, we have to get environment benefits. So, what are the results of our efforts? And so now, the best approach is, of course, going to the field and approaching the local communities to understand even what do they think about the environment, what do they think about climate change, and what are for them the solutions. I believe to create a sustainable project for the future, we have even to understand what are the demands from the people on the field, to understand even together what are the best solutions to create sustainability. So the first, of course, the first step is the community hesitation, like because if we go to the field and we tell them we want to plant trees, we want to start agroforestry project with a new management land use, they have to understand is the meaning of agroforestry or management land use. Then after that, we create education with workshop, making training, explain to them the benefits of the project, and then capacity building with the community, with the local communities, because we have to create awareness even about what is the issue of climate change, how we can mitigate, because of course we cannot fix the problem with climate change nowadays, but we can mitigate with so many solutions. And our approach, as I said before, is a scientific approach using satellite imagery, GIS, geographic information system, and then through this technology, we check the situation that was 10, 20 years before. After that, we study, we do a strategy how we can improve the environment around. So this, as I said, agroforestry is a sustainable solution because we believe now using agroforestry is, I think, is a good opportunity even for the local communities, for the farmers, to diversify the income, not only planting maize, but with other possibility of income like fruit trees, avocado, especially in those areas, avocado, guava, beans, to release even to compensate the nutrition of the soil, because maize, unfortunately, is a crop that depletes the soil and is not giving back to the soil any nutrients. And okay, this about climate change. Now we are starting even a program to another organization which is based in Sweden about carbon credit, because planting trees, okay, is an effort for to improve the environment, but at the same time, what are we giving back to the communities? And carbon credit nowadays is, I think, is an opportunity even to help the local community, especially in rural areas. So now with carbon credit, the opportunity, even the local community, they can get an income conserving the environment. So this is a long process, but actually we already started, and those carbon credit in the forest, they can get the same. They can sell the carbon credit to abroad, other countries where there is no space to plant this. For example, they want to compensate the pollution they are making. It is one of the solutions. Then another approach we are having on the field is using the bamboo, because the bamboo, we realize what is rapid growth. They are grow so fast. We had a project in West Pokot. We planted around 8,000 bamboo along the Weiwei River. It's a project financed by the Italian Cooperation, and we saw already the result after 2 years. Okay, we cannot say maybe we can get the full result because it's a short time, but we see in the last 2 years they didn't have any landslides. And so the bamboo is really good even for soil erosion, carbon sequestration, because of due to the rapid growth. We realized they are really good for carbon sequestration, and at the same time connected to using the bamboo, they can even use it for diversify the income at the same time, because once you cut it, it's going to grow faster. In 1 year and a half, they can, the bamboo is the same weight it was before it's being cut. So we do, for the bamboo, we do training. This is a nursery in West Pokot. We do more than 12,000 bamboo seedlings, and with several varieties, giant bamboo, bamboos along internode, and bamboos vulgaris. Those one are the major variety in West Pokot. Yeah, and then we did even a pilot project to understand even how we can use the bamboo for soil erosion. This is a picture we got just a couple of months ago in Nandi Hills, and those bamboo are 2 years old in a slopey area. We realized they are already working well for the soil erosion, and on the valley, because of the capacity of the bamboo for the catchment, water catchment, there is already a stream river with clean water, so they're using it for farming. And okay, it is one of the nurseries we established here in Wezingishu. We have more than 40,000 seeds ready to be transplanted next year, because now our plan is to plant, we have a goal actually for from now to 2027 is to plant 1 million trees in Wezingishu County, even in other counties, and of course to plant 1 million trees you have to have the seed ready. Those are indigenous trees, Podocarpus, we have Prunus africana, Croton, Megalocarpus, and Elgon teak, which are the major species, indigenous species around. So the the local community, they collect the seeds putting around, because we believe to establish a nursery and start a project, a reforestation project to plant trees, it's really important to get the seeds, and actually even the seedlings from the forest within the area, because this is to avoid, for example, transportation of disease from one area to the other one, or even the soil, because the soil can be different in the area from the nursery if it's too far with the area where we are going to plant the trees. Because, for example, even the pH can be higher or lower, or even the nutrition can be different. So it's even good for the seedling to get the same kind of soil. And okay, this is our activity we are doing in the last 1 year and a half, planting trees, indigenous trees, no exotic trees, indigenous trees in local schools here around in Wezingishu County. This is the Muiben school. We planted over 1,500 indigenous trees, and because now we are starting even a new project to plant more than 100,000 seedlings in the public school, a private school in Wezingishu County. So to do that, we are about to start even doing training to the school, maybe creating a club for environment conservation, climate change, so we can exchange together our knowledge about environment. And this is a plantation day we did in West Pokot 6 months ago. We planted over 10,000 seedlings in Muino Valley, close to Tankal area, which is close to Sigo. And okay, and so all let's say this is possible through the partnership we are getting. We got. We have Saving Forests, is a local NGO who's working Mountain Telo, the highest mountain in Kenya, for a reforestation project. We are planning to plant 1 million trees in Mountain Telo. Then we have Triumph, is a Italian organization based in London, and their plan is to plant 60 million trees all over the world. And we got a partnership with them. They are even financed us to establish a nursery here in Mosengishu. And next year we are ready to plant trees here in Mosengishu County. Even because I didn't put in the slide, through the foundation we are supporting even children with disability. And just recently we started a new project helping a women group in KSS area. They have 15 children, disabled children. And our help, okay, we help them financially, but now, because we believe without sustainability in the future, with them, it's not only paying, for example, the health insurance. We should try to give them like a sustainable income. And in fact, now we are starting to establish a nursery. And through those partnerships, next year, we are going to buy seedlings from them. And at the same time, we try to create even capacity building with them to create a market, a local market for seedlings, seeds, and for example, even fruits. Because at the end, it is our approach. Even myself, I don't want to start any project if I don't believe it is sustainable for the future. Because otherwise, we are just wasting time, money, and there is no future. So, thank you so much for your attention. And, yeah, to listen. Thank you.
Maybe we have time for one or two questions. Or need for clarification. You have a question?
My name is Eda Kapkea, and thank you for that informative presentation on environmental issues. However, many of us in the community still don't fully understand the efforts behind conservation and climate change, including how developed countries are involved and what benefits we receive from these initiatives. This lack of understanding is why many programs are being questioned and communities are hesitant to participate. How does your team ensure that people are informed from the very beginning? For many in our communities, climate change is seen as a natural occurrence. When we talk about restoring land for future benefits without explaining the underlying concepts, it leads to confusion and disagreement. What strategies does the BITOC Foundation, your team, have to communicate not only the details of restoration programs, but also the broader context of climate change? How do you get to involve our community to know from the very beginning, why are we doing this? It's not just a matter of restoration. This is happening. How do we get the information? Does your team get the information out there? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Really interesting. And yeah, I'm with you because, as I said before, I believe if we don't get the approach with the local community, with the people, explain to them why we want to do that, and why at the same time the community, they should do that, it doesn't make any sense to start. So, for me, the first approach is to involve the community, but not only, for example, by the material, taking the material, pay someone like allowance or like a casual labor. This one is just a short, let's say, time. And that's why I'm really glad to be here, because maybe this is an opportunity to create, we have to share, because as I said before, 10,000 hectares per year is a lot. As a single organization, we cannot make it. But if together we create a team, and we share our knowledge, we share even our capacity to improve the environment, I believe we can make it. Because as a single person, as a single organization, it doesn't work unless you have partners together. Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, thank you. I think we'll
One final one. I know the Ambassador Bitok Foundation is really concentrated in Uasin Gishu, but how are you planning to expand to other areas like Elgeyo Marakwet, where Uasin Gishu gets all its water?
Yes, okay, actually, I didn't mention before, but actually we're about to start a project in Cherengani Hills, financed by the Italia Corporation and that through Net Fund. It's a huge project, it's going to cover Elgeyo Marakwet and West Pokot, and to plant more than 1 million trees there. Actually, I think we will start in a couple of months. I didn't mention it before, but we are even
Okay, thank you very much. And I agree with you that we have that program that is coming to restore the Cherengani Hills from the Italian government. But it will be run directly, of course, through the Net Fund. And I think sometimes, I know, of course, I know like the county has been co-opted into, the planning and all that, the steering committee. Yeah, but in most cases, you find there's some programs that are like the FLOCA program are being run directly by the counties, and they are very impactful compared to those programs that are run directly from Nairobi, supporting counties. We've seen, of course, like others have been successful, others have faced some challenges and all that, yeah. So I wish that probably like, I don't know whether you sit in the same fora for that particular program, or it's specifically the government and Net Fund who are all doing this, but they would have given a portion directly to the counties, the two counties, that is the West Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet County, to at least implement substantial programs that are beneficial to the people, especially the livelihood programs. Yeah, but of course we are still going to present it at the steering committee level. But to me, they would have given the counties the autonomy of a certain portion of it, probably even if it's 10% of the fund or 20% of the fund, and then the rest of the fund is run directly from the national government through the Net Fund. That would have been substantial. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for the interest of time, we'll stop there. It's an interesting activities that are going on. And obviously, this gives an opportunity during tea break and continue the conversations. Thank you for your presentation. This time I want to give the Honorable Jason Lagat, CCM, Water, Environment and Climate Change, Elgeyo Marakwet, to give his remarks. Thank you. Karibun.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Good morning again, or it's afternoon. I'm standing in between you and tea now, isn't it? So you have to smile at me so that, I don't stand in between the tea and yourselves, yeah? So as you've heard, I'm Jason Lagat. I'm the CC in charge of water, environment, and climate change from the great county of Champions, that is Elgeyo Marakwet County, yeah? Of course, we are seated, or we are in Uasin Gishu today, but of course they copied from us. We are always the champions, but they decided that the city of champions remains to be Uasin Gishu, and Nandi is the source of champions, isn't it? So of course, like, we are all brothers and sisters, and that is why we were given the key the other day when it was elevated to be a city, isn't it? Are we not proud? Are we proud? And I told you, like, if you don't smile at me, nobody's going to go for tea, yeah? So mine will be very straight. Of course, I will be talking about the counties, what counties are doing on matters climate change. So first, I'll talk about Elgeyo Marakwet. What Elgeyo Marakwet is, I give you like a small, a brief about Elgeyo Marakwet. I don't know, like how many who are in this audience today? How many are from Elgeyo Marakwet, please? I am one. So, I can't see a lot of my people. Yeah, but I know in one way or the other, you are also champions, isn't it? Yeah, so you will support us around that. Because again, if we decide to close that tap that is coming from Chebara, of course, all of you guys who did not raise your hands will be suffering, isn't it? Yeah, and I thought you would be our brother's keeper and say that you are from Elgeyo Marakwet, because in one way or the other, you benefit from some of the resources, the vital resources that we are getting from Elgeyo Marakwet. Nonetheless, Elgeyo Marakwet is not a very big county. Elgeyo Marakwet has 3 agroecological zones. That is the highlands, which covers about 49%. We have the escarpment, which covers 11%. And then we have the lowlands, that is the Kerio Valley, the famous Kerio Valley. Yeah, how many of you have been to Kerio Valley? Most of us, isn't it? Yeah, and of course we eat a lot of very sweet mangoes from Kerio Valley. Yeah, so that is Kerio Valley, that is Elgeyo Marakwet, and covers about 41%, and it's a very productive place. So that is the agroecological zone, and it covers an area of about 30 square kilometers, cutting across the 4 sub-counties of Keio South, Keio North, Marakwet West, and Marakwet East. Yeah, for those who've traversed through Elgeyo Marakwet, it's a very beautiful county. And that is why we pride ourselves in each and every single thing. We are always champions in athletics, we are champions in environment, conservation, restorations, and all that, yeah? And I think we are the leaders of the North Rift in terms of, on matters climate change. And today, Elgeyo Marakwet is one of those counties that are doing very well on matters conservation and restoration of these landscapes. Of course, at some point we were at position 2 nationally on matters conservation, but because of course, the issues to do with human activities that with myself and yourselves, yeah, it affected the tree cover in Elgeyo Marakwet. We were at 37%, and as we talk today, we are about 30%, and we ceded ground to position 5. But I'm very sure that for the past 2-3 years, Elgeyo Marakwet has really done very well in going back on matters conservation and restoration of these landscapes. For the last 2 years, yeah, since His Excellency Governor Wesley Rotich took over, Elgeyo Marakwet has done exemplary well, and of course, not only as a county, using the county resources, but of course, using partners. And I can see today here, I can pick some very wonderful partners who've always partnered with us on matters conservation and restoration of these landscapes. And Kibet, who stood here today, thank you very much, through Eldoret Water Fund and the Nature Conservancy. They've really stood with us, stood in a very big way, very extremely big way. I can see even my friends, WWF, of course, they've done a lot of work in Elgeyo Marakwet. I can see Kenfrey, who was here, I think Scope. I can see Chemweno here, through Save Kenya Water Towers, and many others. And of course, as Elgeyo Marakwet today, we stand here, you know, asking, and since we are always the champions of environment, we would want to see all the partners who are here today coming and partnering with us. We have an open door policy. We do not have any restrictions to our partners who join us, so long as it matters conservation. You know, you don't need to come and knock onto my door to come and beg for anything. It's us who are requesting you to come and join us for us to move forward together and see, to be counted actually, yeah, for the future of our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and our children's children, isn't it? Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want that? All of us want that, isn't it? Ama? Yeah, so I can see all of us, because I remember like during the times of our grandfathers, also of course I saw my grandfather, Iten, because I was born and bred there. Iten was so different at that time, even the weather conditions that time, it was so different from today, where we are today. We used to, that time, there were no duvets, yeah, that we are using today, but that time it was blankets, and you could use, for you to sleep, yeah, you needed to use about 6 or 7 blankets, yeah. I don't know those days, about 80s, yeah. I think I can see my seniors here, they must have had a day in Iten that time, and you wouldn't wish to spend 2 days in Iten that time. But this time, you don't even need to use a bed sheet. Yeah? What does that tell you? It boils down to climate change. It boils down to what we've done as a people, that we haven't taken a lot of concern. We haven't taken good care of the nature, the mother nature, isn't it? Are we together? Are we in agreement that it's me and you who've reversed, those gains around conservation, isn't it? So it's about time that all of us take, we take personal initiative to ensure that we support you. We support all the initiatives from partners, from the government, whether county or national government, who are really trying to reverse the adverse effects of this climate change. Yeah, we've seen as counties or national government, through the clarion call by His Excellency the President, that we need to grow and nurture 15 billion trees in 10 years, isn't it? Now it's no longer 15 billion trees in 10 years, but we are talking about 15 billion trees in 8 years, isn't it? Is it not 8 years? If we've gained ground, of which I'm very sure that we've gained ground, we've moved, we grew in Elgeyo Marakwet. We've done exemplary well on matters that clarion call from His Excellency the President, and I so believe that similarly, in our individual capacities, we've also done what is expected of us around the same. It's you and me who are going to change and ensure that we achieve that particular target and even surpass, isn't it? I've seen Ambassador Bitok Foundation showing us that they've done a wonderful tree nursery. Yeah, that is their contribution, isn't it? Yeah, and that particular contribution is for us to emulate, for us to go when they have the nursery and they give us the trees. We ensure that we go and grow and nurture the same in our farms. I usually tell our residents there, or my brothers and sisters, that it's so easy nowadays. Nobody is telling you to have a woodlot, but then we're just saying that we use the smart ways, the smart technologies, and all that to ensure that we conserve this environment. In Elgeyo Marakwet, for instance, I'll give you an example of what we are doing in Elgeyo Marakwet to conserve this environment. Recently, our governor hatched a strategy called Wealth Creation Strategy. Yeah, this wealth creation strategy addressed several issues. It's a very well thought strategy that will address 5 or even more aspects of conservation. Yeah, the first one is having this wealth creation strategy specifically for conservation and restoration of our landscapes. How did it do? What we are doing is we are encouraging our farmers to have or adopt a cash crop. A cash crop in the name of an avocado, cash crop in the name of coffee, mango, pixies, macadamia, tea, pyrethrum, and all many other aspects, including dairy. Yeah? And out of all this, when we do that, one, we are ensuring that each and every single household in Elgeyo Marakwet have dedicated at least half an acre to have whichever fruit tree that they so wish, depending on the zone, because we've already zoned all our entire county. So when you're in the highlands, the island wards mostly would do avocado, and then those ones that are, interestingly, Elgeyo Marakwet, all the 3 agroecological zones cut across the entire county. So if you are in Keyo South, it's the same. You have the 3. You are in Keyo North, the same. Keyo Marakwet West and Marakwet East, the same. So when you're in the islands, you'll be doing avocado. When you're in the escarpment, we want to restore that area of the escarpment and even the Spencer line, yeah, by growing coffee. And we've done that massively. Recently, like in 2 months ago, we implemented our Flocker program, and we implemented it through the fruit trees. And then if you're in the valley, mangoes does very well. And for your information, Elgeyo Marakwet mangoes are very sweet. We are number 2 nationally in mango production. And this mango production, the only county that is ahead of us around that is only Makueni. And similarly to avocado also, we are currently like picking up very well. And all that strategy, what it does is, one, it will be conserving and restoring our landscape. Number 2, we will be addressing the economic aspect of our county. You know, the poverty index in Elgeyo Marakwet today stands at 43%, above the national average of 36%. That tells you that almost close to half of the population are still under the poverty level within the county is almost at 50%, isn't it? When we talk about almost half, yeah. So we are just slightly above the half mark, but that is what we want to change in Elgeyo Marakwet through this conservation, smart conservation, yeah, for us to improve from the 43, and within the next 3 years, that is our target, is that we should have come below the national average of 36 in terms of poverty index. Number 3 benefit around, or this strategy will address, is the issue of livelihood improvement. By default, once we grow and nurture these trees, fruit trees, within the next 3 or 4 years, 2, 3, and by 4, the 5th year, we would have maximized. We will have the maximum production around this, and that tells you that our environment would have been taken care of. Again, the living standards of our people would definitely have improved because they will be getting some monetary benefits out of this. We will have our children going to school without struggle. We would have our families feeding normally their 3 meals a day because they will have money in the pocket. And in the manifesto of our great governor, he talks about pesa mfukoni. And that pesa mfukoni actually is addressed through this wealth creation strategy. Number 4, the fourth benefit of our strategy around conservation in Elgeyo Marakwet talks about health, the health aspect. You all know that when we embrace, fruits as part of our diet, what happens? We have improved health living, isn't it? Isn't it? Ama sisi ni wale wa ugali asubuhi, ugali saa sita na ugali jioni, si ndio? Na hapo tunaona tuko healthy, isn't it? But then of course we need to have healthy living, addressing the healthy living through the fruits. And then the last aspect that I know, like my friend Kibet talked about, the carbon markets. Yeah. When we do all this, because it's a new phenomenon coming up right now, of course I know, like there is the national law that we are waiting for it to be enacted now around the carbon markets, and that will actually address this particular aspect. In our county, we have several partners right now who are coming up with this, the carbon component. And I know recently, Kibet is almost, that is a low return water fund. They are almost there at the tail end of their, issues to do with carbon markets. And also we have the Africa Harvest as well, who are already through the SHA, that is the Self-Help Africa, working, and many others. And so that is would be another benefit, because like many a times, even time immemorial, we've never seen any benefit, and we've always been told that we need to grow and nurture trees, and at that point in time you will be nurturing, and as it grows, there was no benefit at that time in terms of monetary direct benefit, but then there were a lot of other indirect benefits, like of course conserving our environment and doing all that. But now there is now some added advantage that as you take good care of it, you will be earning out of the same. Yeah. So those are the 5 main components that really makes us work very hard in Elgeyo Marakwet to ensure that our people get those five benefits. We have several programs in Elgeyo Marakwet around climate change. We have a program called Elgeyo Marakwet Schools Regreening Program. And out of these regreening programs, we have several partners who've partnered with us. What we do is we partner with schools, both at primary, we have secondary, and even the technical institutions that are in Elgeyo Marakwet. What they do is we support them with fruit, either fruit trees or exotic trees. Yeah, and out of that, they go into championships. That is the best school that grows and nurtures many trees out of it will be rewarded. And this we've seen that it's really picking up in Elgeyo Marakwet, and most of these schools have really embraced the same. But the only challenge that we have, most schools of course, they still have challenges in terms of the area is not protected. Yeah, it's not protected, and the aftermath of you having done a lot of very good things by growing and trying to nurture a tree, and at the same time, there's no fence and all that. When schools close right now, like we know, like schools have closed and nobody is there, it's deserted and all that. And of course, most of us who rear cattle, who rear all these livestock, basically, we let it roam anyhowly within the school fields and all that, and that is how we end up losing. But then for those ones that are very fenced lands, I know that we've seen like some very good returns. And I will give you like just a case in point, is that there's a school in Aror, yeah, called Kenner in Aror. They have over 100 mango trees. Surprisingly, these 100 mango trees, I've just picked one school, these 100 mango trees in a year manages to fetch them 350 minimum, 350,000 Kenya shillings minimum. And out of that, the BOM, that is Board of Management, made a deliberate decision that they are going to utilize the same money to hire and pay. You know, we call what these teachers, yeah, BOM teachers. They are going to be paying for their, you know, the other operational costs. That is probably like things to do with if it's watchman, if it's even the school feeding program. That school, they feed. So parents are not asked to, you know, to contribute anything around that. So you can see it's a benefit. It's a benefit that also gives parents, you know, like leeway not to, you know, to suffer anymore by, you know, paying additional amounts for operational costs within the school. So those are some of the those are the benefits of the Elgeyo Marakwet Schools Regreening Program. And, you know, of course, we are still appealing to most of our partners, all these partners who are here today, to subscribe and adopt a school in Elgeyo Marakwet, adopt a catchment. We have a lot of catchments in Elgeyo Marakwet, and we would want to restore those catchments, conserve and restore them fully. Because why am I saying this? It's because in Elgeyo Marakwet is one of a very vital county when it comes to conservation. We are the hosts of two major water towers in Kenya. We have the Cheranganyi Water Tower that feeds so many counties, up to seven counties. You know, we are the same people through the Cheranganyi Water Tower feeding the Turkana County, that is Lake Turkana. We are feeding West Pokot. We are feeding Trans Nzoia. We are feeding, of course, where we are today, Uasin Gishu, yeah, through Chebara Dam, yeah. And the same water from Cheranganyi Water Tower drains its water all the way to River Nzoia, all the way to, it drains its water to Lake Victoria, and all the way to River Nile. So you can imagine how vital this ecosystem is, yeah, hosted by Elgeyo Marakwet County. We haven't talked about the Elgeyo Hills Water Tower, which hosts Kaptagat. And thank you very much, Elgeyo Marakwet Water Fund. You've done a fantastic job there in restoring that that ecosystem. And similarly to the, of course, you know, the Kaptagat integrated program that is that always is supported by WWF. I mean, it's been fantastic, and it's all because of well-wishers in the name of partners that we get. So we are still appealing to our partners, and the reason why we are appealing and we are telling you that Elgeyo Marakwet has the willpower, we have the right strategies, we have the right leadership in that county, that the only issue that the only challenge is, we can't call it an issue, but the only little challenge that we have is funding. Elgeyo Marakwet, so that like I bring it to perspective, Elgeyo Marakwet is one of the least funded counties in Kenya. We are the third least funded county in Kenya. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? Third least funded county. The only counties that are below us, Lamu County and Tharaka Nithi County. The rest, then we come Elgeyo Marakwet, and then, you know, we talk about the rest. So for Elgeyo Marakwet, what we are still saying is that we depend on partners a lot. And you've seen with the partnerships that we've had, we've managed actually to do exemplary well on matters development in Elgeyo Marakwet County. You've seen most of the, almost over 20 or 30 countries through their high commissions and also the embassies having made their way to Elgeyo Marakwet. Reason, the sound leadership that is in Elgeyo Marakwet County today. And I'm asking you that you will never go wrong. Coming to Elgeyo Marakwet, setting foot in Elgeyo Marakwet, making it your home, and through that one we will count a great. We will write several great chapters of great things, not of anything negative or contrary to what you believe in. Another program that we've been supported through World Bank, World Bank, through the National Treasury. There is a unit called PIU, that is Program Implementation Unit, is the FLOCA program. This FLOCA program, of course, went to 45 counties as we talk, save for the two cities of Nairobi and the city of Mombasa. Reason being, World Bank is funding them through other restoration agendas, and that is why they were excluded. So, but this program has really helped counties, and more so, if I talk about Elgeyo Marakwet, this one came at the right time when we just finished our wealth creation strategy that was speaking to conservation through agriculture, through fruit trees. And we did a lot of restoration through fruit trees in Elgeyo Marakwet. And this one, we've been trying to convince them that, we need to change the model of funding through FLOCA program. Of course, it's P4R, it's called Performance for Results, and of course we are so optimistic that by the time they're coming for an APA, that is annual performance appraisal, Elgeyo Marakwet will score very highly, because the second year, this was the first year that we just we got funding, but then the second year now will now be based on what you did on the ground. And out of what you do on the ground, it will inform, the next disbursement. And we know that Elgeyo Marakwet this time round will now come not being the third least funded through this, but it will be among the top funded in terms of resource allocation through this FLOCA program. Wabi makofi ya Elgeyo Marakwet afadhali. Ama amufurahi, because when Elgeyo Marakwet does very well on matters conservation, Eldoret City, the way we've been told today, it's expanding. Being a city, you all understand. Stress for resources will start. Water rationing will start, because population will start, increasing day in, day out, isn't it? So the only best remedy for us as counties, these NOREP counties today, is to ensure that we channel most of our resources and be very serious on matters conservation, whatever we are talking here today. Because I can see the entire hall here, these are environmental champions, isn't it? And I'm happy that even where we are standing today, University of Eldoret, we've partnered on so many other things. So, and even I can see here through Eldoret, I can see my chairman, County Climate Change Planning Committee, Dr. Saina is here, who sits in that very vital position in making decision making on matters climate change. So you can imagine, we've taken the best brains to ensure that they guide us going forward as a county. And that is why when I started, I said, this is the best time for Elgeyo Marakwet because of the leadership that is there. For me to finish, is that towards in the spirit of the presidential clarion call on the 15 billion trees, Elgeyo Marakwet actually took its cut. And His Excellency, the governor, said that he would want to grow and nurture for these 5 years, initial 60 million trees in Elgeyo Marakwet. And in the second phase of the 5 years, that is to 2032, we would want to have done cumulative about 150 million trees. You know, bringing all that into perspective, Elgeyo Marakwet would have moved back from 30% of the current, of which I think probably maybe we've moved to maybe 32 or so right now, because of the good initiatives that has been, you know, brought about by all these partners who work with us closely. We would have moved to 39 to 40% by us ensuring that we grow between 130 million to 150 million. By us doing that, of course, Wasingishu, that is the city of Eldoret, will not struggle anymore, isn't it? And let's support that, you know, like Kibet is doing fantastic job in ensuring that there is no water shortage here. There is no water rationing in Eldoret. So I'm just asking you that all people of goodwill, I know we have a very young generation here. We have our brothers, the youth here, and I can even see there is a youth forum that is supposed to be happening, I think 4th to 5th. Yeah, and I can see one of the conveners here, a young person by the name. I think she asked a very complicated and a very important question to Ambassador Bitox Foundation. That is Capcare. Yeah. So I'm telling you, we have brilliant minds here. The only thing is the will, and let's just be serious getting into business on matters conservation. I think with those many, with a few remarks that I've made, you will allow me now to not to stand anymore in between you and your tea. Yeah. So mutanikubalia sasa ama tumependa the talk. We can continue, isn't it? Yeah?
I think we will invite some questions.
Yeah. So you can
some reactions to the important presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And any questions now? Thank you.
Okay. Hello. My name is Karoli Ikileng. And my question to you kindly. As far as habitat and wetlands restoration ecosystem and conservation is concerned, what is your organization contribution towards restoring this habitat ecosystem that is normal? It's right now it's facing a bit of maybe extinction with time. This Marula swamp, what are you doing? Because I'm sure one of your best, I think, sources of water downstairs there, I think it comes from Marula swamp. Actually, what are you doing in order to ensure that it's not actually destructed and regulations over harvesting is actually followed? And also, if possible, maybe prohibition of the same. That is it. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much, my brother. I might not talk much about the Marura because Marura sits in, it's in Wasingishu. Yeah, but what I can talk about is the wetlands and also the catchments, restoration within the Elgeyo Marakwet County. Last year, we managed to restore and conserve 32 catchments and wetlands in Elgeyo Marakwet. What we are doing is the other strategy that we've agreed when His Excellency the President gave the pronouncement on all CSS to leading counties. Elgeyo Marakwet was given to the Ministry or the State Department of Health Services. It has a lot of sagas. We've had several meetings with them, and the strategy that we've agreed is that all the health sagas in who are to take care of Elgeyo Marakwet would adopt a catchment and a wetland. That way, we will be restoring and conserving those catchments automatically. So that is the strategy that we have as a county of Elgeyo Marakwet. And that is, of course, owing to the fact that we are very conscious of the vital role Elgeyo Marakwet is playing on matters water to so many other counties. Yeah. So, but I still believe that, of course, with the Marura, my counterpart or our big brother now, because the city, there was in Gishu County, have elaborate plans around, conservation of the same, for us to see to it that we conserve that habitat. Thank you very much. Any other? I hope I've answered your question. Yeah.
Let me redirect the ambassador to you. Again, let me read out this so that you can get the concept of the question. The climate change to take over is for it to take over African land using carbon credits. Now, this is the information everyone has. This is the information even our people, for example, the people from my community, mostly Kaptarakwa, everyone knows about now the carbon credit. The idea is to take our land away. They don't really get the concept of climate change. Don't you think it is right when we are talking about conservation and planting trees and restoring riparian lands, all that? Don't you think it will be good if we start from the top end of climate change, because that's the main topic of, that's the main reason as to why we are doing all this. We are trying to curb the carbon, and we are trying to bring back our old life, bring back livelihoods. Don't you think it is nice also to support the young ones who are doing this by starting the conversation with climate change, matters of climate change? Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much.
Maybe we can take a couple, then you answer once.
Okay, well, my name is Monene Kanyi. I am David Monene Kanyi, and my question goes to the county. What is the role the county plays in partnering with potential partners in matters of civic education? For instance, I come from KVDA, and we've had this project that we wanted to undertake in Leland Ward after a continued public outcry of them being left out in matters conservation efforts. But having gotten enough seedlings to take to the ward, to the tune of about 10,000 cypress seedlings, we still face the challenge of whom do we approach when it comes to matters of civic education, because we realize the biggest challenge that these people face is they don't have the know-how of why we need to conserve our environment, where you find they cut down trees, they drain swamps, so that they can take part in agricultural practices. So as partners, whom should we approach so that we can take part in these efforts to conserve that part of Cherangani? Whom should we approach? Which are the right officers? Do we have environmental officers? Do we have foresters from the county? And whom can we approach as partners who deal in Elgeyo Marakwet? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me to take the two first. I will take first the CapCare concern that we need to start from the top, isn't it? Yeah. And I can tell you, and I was very keen on what you talked about, and I'm happy that you mentioned that from your home, yeah, your people understand what this carbon credit is all about. They already have an idea of what climate change is all about, isn't it? Now, that is where we start, yeah, where we educate these people on the importance of climate change. Yeah, what is this animal? Because I think in the recent 2-3 years now, it's an animal that everyone is talking about, cutting across the entire universe, that then globally, we're talking about the climate change, what climate is all about. All partners, most of the partners right now, they are talking about restoration agenda, they are talking about the adaptation and mitigation agenda around climate change. So, and our people, they are so enlightened when we talk about climate change today, especially in Elgeyo Marakwet. We consistently enlighten them, educate them on the importance of conservation, yeah, and the adverse effects that we've already seen as a county. Of course, Elgeyo Marakwet is prone to, mudslides, prone to landslides. So these are things that they've seen themselves, yeah, and they already know that the reason as to why we are observing or we are having a lot of mudslides, landslides, of course, we are having a cutoff due to, of our road networks, especially the escarpment area, is because of these human activities that we've done, yeah, in the recent past. So these people, as we are talking, actually, we do not sleep, we do not sit. It's about asking us that when are you bringing these trees for us to conserve? When are we conserving this catchment? When are we conserving this area? When are we doing this? The only problem that we have as a county, again, I mentioned, is things to do with funding. And that is where these partners who are here in this auditorium today will support us and will come into making a difference in Elgeyo Marakwet, in Uasin Gishu, and across our country, Kenya. So, Kapkea, that one we've really done that through, we inaugurated as a county, and I think even Uasin Gishu did it, having champions, climate change champions on the ward level. And on these ward climate change planning committees, they are the same people who would be the mouthpiece of the community. They are the ones to pass concerns of the community in terms on matters conservation, on matters restoration, on matters climate change. And what we did is that the way we appointed them or we nominated them, it was through public participation. Through this public participation, the people are the ones who gave us representatives per sub-location, yeah, and those are the champions who pass the message to the people when it comes to matters climate change, any activities that we are supposed to be doing and all that. So we try as much as possible, of course, like we haven't reached 100%, to take them, to train them basically on matters conservation, so that they disseminate the same information going down to the people. Yeah, so that is what we are trying to do in Elgeyo Marakwet, and so is probably with Uasin Gishu and the rest. Yeah, Kanyi's question talks about the civic education, whom you should approach and all that. Yes, we have a system within the county government system of course, passing information, reaching to our people, through the promulgation of the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution. It talks about public participation in each and every single engagement within the community. What we do in Elgeyo Marakwet, of course, we have series of public participations every time, whether health, whether environment, whether agriculture, whether everything that we do, we engage them. And out of that, the lead department, in terms of if it's agriculture, of course, they have specialists around that who would be supporting them in terms of training, in terms of civic education, in terms of, and we have even a directorate of public participation within the system of Elgeyo Marakwet. On matters you had a lot of concern about climate change, whether we have foresters, whether we have environment officers. Yes, we have environment officers within the department, and anytime I mean, you need us, or you would wish to, to lend the support to us, you can always come. And I talked about that, having an open door policy within Elgeyo Marakwet. You don't need to book for any appointment. You just walk in, not only into my office or the CEO's office or the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, but also to the office of His Excellency the Governor. We do not have any protocol around that. We have open door policy, especially of these partners of goodwill to Elgeyo Marakwet. So anytime through KVDA, and I want to really appreciate KVDA. If you are one of them, thank you very much. KVDA actually have really partnered with us. We have an MOU with KVDA. KVDA are doing fantastic job in Elgeyo Marakwet, especially the mangoes. Yeah, you've given us a lot of support around mangoes, the mango seedlings. Yeah, certified mango seedlings, and not only that, you've done a lot of dams. We have dams. We have several dams currently. Like you have about 4 running under construction. We have those ones that we've already launched, like your Court Dam, and the rest. And I know very shortly you will be doing you are the lead in terms of the development agency who will be in charge of the Aror Dam, the mega Aror Dam. So KVDA, you've been a great partner. And I can mention, I'm not singling out only KVDA, but I can actually mention each and every single partner who is here, who is working with us. They are doing a fantastic job. And thank you very much, partners. And, let's do more to support our people, okay? Any other or...
I think we stop there in the interest of time. And I don't think... Yes, Prof. But time is not on our side.
Well, on the presentations I've had this morning, great ones, that started by my colleague, my manager, Stephen Kibet. I'm part of that, as he's aware, we initiated that Eldoret 10 Water Fund programs. And he made very good presentation that was comprehensive. And of course, even the Bitok Foundation also talked about it. And you have also implied it, that when we do these things, conservation, control climate conditions, and so on, we have to involve the local population, the local communities. And as Stephen said also, we are doing 2 related issues. That is empowering improvement of livelihood. That is very important. And in our Eldoret 10 Water Fund, we are also emphasizing the ideas of having even people to participate in beekeeping and so on. And I think it's very important also that they also get engaged in the tree nursery keeping, production, getting their own seedlings. And I think the most critical thing I want to say, we are already doing that around Naikoi, Uko, in our Keses catchment, of which I've been participating in. And I think that is very important. I just want to indicate that for us in the Eldoret 10 Water Fund, and you have also implied it, they are also working with universities. And that is very important. Already, Dr. Christopher Saina is doing the EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, to know how human activities are contributing to those destructions and so on. Of course, the Bitok Foundation talked about also use of the GIS. We talked also about the drones which we use in our with the youth. Finally, without taking much time, the risk of giving an old person being in North Rift, Noreb. You talked about the 8 counties, and that is the Noreb. I'm getting now down to Elgeyo Marakwet. I even helped to gazette the national reserve there. Rimoi National Reserve. Yeah, I'm the one who went and did and had the beacon put around it, as I was being told. Always wherever I go to gazette national reserves, national parks, I use the local wazee, all the people. And when I was going around and having my officers from Nairobi, Langata, to put the beacons, then one Musai said, but these people are again interested only in our Rimoi. That's how I got the word Rimoi, the place for, I think, the dairy livestock, keeping and so on and so forth. I just want to encourage to stop here. And I said this in Noreb. Noreb is 8 counties in the North Rift Economic Bloc. Please kindly, and more so in Elgeyo Marakwet, and I'll give you ideas, kindly encourage ecotourism and so on. We have a national reserve down there, and in Kapiego Pia we are having wildlife, the antelopes. This idea, we are even considering how they can be relocated. Here in Wasingishu, we actually relocated some giraffes and some wildlife which were around the Moi barracks down there. I know that. And we relocated some to Nakuru National Park. And I know some are in some private farm here in Eldoret North. So if we encourage the ecotourism and so on, then we are ensuring protection, conservation, not only of biodiversity, wildlife, but also having benefits to local people through ecotourism. Thank you. Sorry for taking too long.
Thank you very much. And I think just so that I just end now, is that I just want to just say that what Prof just said is that also just to thank you very much for mentioning Rimoi National Reserve. Rimoi actually is one of the national reserves with the biggest or the largest herd of elephants. So if you want to view elephants and all that, it's Rimoi. Actually, you don't need to go to Mara. Yeah, for elephants, you don't need to go to Mara. We have a lot of giraffes as well and all that, yeah, in Rimoi. So you are most welcome there. And lastly is, as I was mentioning, because I sit with a lot of what Prof just said, old Wazee, Wazee said, Elgeyo Marakwet, you have to conserve as we sit kwa mtungi. Unasikia mtungi? Mtungi. And then the other 7 counties wako kwa mfereji. You get what I'm saying, eh? It's an old man saying. So, ukivunja, if you break the pot, what happens? If you break the pot, my young people, when you break the pot, what happens? Will you get the water? Are we together? So what we are just saying is that Elgeyo Marakwet is it goes back to where I started. I said it's a very vital ecosystem that we really need to conserve, because that is the port of the other 7 counties. All right? So I think you will allow me to stop it at that for today. And welcome to Elgeyo Marakwet anytime. And not very far, in November, we'll be having our 3rd edition of the E10 International Marathon. I would want all of us to come there. I welcome you on behalf of my colleague and also on behalf of His Excellency the Governor for the 3rd edition of E10 International Marathon. And actually, the theme for the 3rd year straight is Run for Climate Resilience. Run for. Now, if it's run for climate resilience, are we going to invite only the other people from other sectors, or we also have to participate squarely and be counted, isn't it? Because we are environment enthusiasts, isn't it? So let's come and run in E10, I think on 23rd, if I'm not wrong, 23rd of November. So thank you very much, and may God bless you. Have a nice cup of tea as you break for your tea. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, for your talk. Yeah, I know I'm a bit stressed when it comes to time, but we have quite a number of presentations to make, and I want to to request that although there is an indication of time in your slot, don't adhere to that time. If you can do that half the time, then you will save us a lot. I'm one of the presenters, and I'm going to make sure that I implement that. So at this juncture, I want to invite Mr. Coril, who is the WWF Forestry and Restoration Program. And the topic is a case study on overcoming deforestation challenges in Kenya. There are all of pellies.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Elgeyo Marakwet. I work for WWF Kenya, and I'm the forest program in charge. I came with a colleague. I suppose he's here. He can whip, yeah, he's here. He's our project officer in charge of the Kenya Rift Lakes region. I'm going to be brief. And just like the moderator has talked about that there is no time, I'll just give an overview. And I'm not going to give that detailed study around the pellies. I'll take 15 minutes maximum to talk about I'll take 15 minutes to talk about bending the curve of forest loss and biodiversity loss. I've been surprised by the statistics that have been given by our Waziri here, and I've been reading in so many studies that actually Elgeyo Marakwet County, within the North Rift region, is one of those counties that is at the prone of losing a lot of forest cover. He has mentioned that they've lost from 39 to 30%. That is a big threat. As we are talking about increasing our forest cover to 30%, we want to bend that curve of more loss, not only in the forests, but also in terms of biodiversity. In my synopsis here, I'm going to give a brief of some 4 key issues here. I'll give an overview of WWF Kenya, specific to forest and landscape restoration projects. Briefly, I'm going also to talk about an overview of the global overview of the status of biodiversity and the status of forest resources in Kenya. And I'll talk of a report and give 4 strategic pathways that I recommend that it will reverse the forest loss in our country. And finally, I think I'm talking to a group of students, scientists, and our professors here that there is a big role of the scientists in this room as far as restoration efforts is concerned. I'm happy to be able to see a few faces that I really saw a long time ago, like Professor Omondi here from Moi University. Thank you so much, Prof, for being in this space for a while. Biodiversity is really declining at a very fast pace, and the global indication is that we are losing around 100 million hectares per year globally. That is a big, big loss in terms of this resource, which provides livelihood. Nearly a big percentage of our economy in Kenya is dependent on forest as a resource. I've decided to share deliberately those 3 pictures. Those 3 pictures to depict what is happening locally here. I wish I had put one to demonstrate what Waziri is talking about when I normally traverse around the valleys in Kerio Valley and see the human activities that is bringing a lot of land degradation. 33% of agricultural soils are really severely degraded. A third of the people affected by land degradation depend directly on this resource for livelihood. And 48% of forests are lost. The 100 million that I shared globally. From the various studies that you can log on globally and in the country, I invite you to join the WWF web page. And there are several reports that you can be able to read from there, and this will inform you of the trajectories that we are really looking at. When you look at every kind of an indicator that is assessed, there is a level of decline in terms of biodiversity, in terms of the land spaces. There is generally a big decline. And what is happening in Kenya? We have a lot of policies that should really be supporting us to reverse these losses in biodiversity, wildlife numbers, habitats that we are losing. But what we are still witnessing is a loss, just like they are indicated in this report. These are Forest Declaration Assessment Reports 2023. There's a report also we released last year and another one a week ago. You can log on to the WWF pages and you will find the Forest Pathways 2023 report. We have a Living Planet report that was released last week. And all these reports are pointing on losses in terms of biodiversity. What are we really saying? We are failing our forests a big match. And very soon, if we don't watch, we expect our forests to be carbon sinks. But if we really don't take that positive step in terms of restoring, it can turn out also to be a carbon source and not really a carbon sink. Including the resources that are being allocated by the government, by the counties. They are very small resources actually, very minor percentages of the overall budget. I'll go back to Pathways 2023 report, and I don't want to go through the whole report, but there are areas of leverage that we can build on, that we can take it as an opportunity to reposition ourselves and restore our forests back. One presenter here has talked about the indigenous people and the local communities. Those are the people that are at the nerve center of our restoration. And the Pathways report suggests these 4 ways. One is accelerating and realizing the security rights and land rights of the indigenous people. I think one presenter here talked about the Sengwer and all other indigenous people. They have a space, and the pathway recommends that we accelerate recognition of those people. They are fundamental in addressing the global and the forest loss challenge that we are really facing now. The second one is mobilizing resources. I think Waziri has speak to it very well. And if we look at it, how much resources do we need to restore our degraded forests? I think for the people who are doing economics of natural resources, of economics of restoration, we really need a lot of money. Globally, we require around 400 billion to be able to restore our ecosystems. But as of now, those resources are really not available. It's the high time we call upon the public and private sector people to really invest in forest landscape restoration. Not really depending on the exchequer and the government to do it. But as we speak now, there's a lot of players and a lot of investments happening in restoration space. The third pathway recommendation is reforming global trade and those harmful practices. Imagine a bank giving out a loan. This loan is going to lead to a forest loss. Assume you're given several thousands to go and convert a forest ecosystem into a food production system. So I think those legislations are being put in place to really put a check to what investments are available or are being invested on that are negative to the environment. Finally, the pathway report is talking about shifting towards nature-based solution and bioeconomies. This is a big space that is happening at the moment. It gives money to the people. The person Fukoni that the CC is talking about can be addressed if we are going to shift to nature-based economies. WWF is an organization that is in this space of restoration. And quickly, I'm going to give an overview of really who we are. The W's there means Worldwide Fund for Nature. Sometimes people don't, others call it Worldwide Fund for World Wildlife Fund. But that was the initial name that was referenced initially, but we are Worldwide Fund for Nature. We have been in the conservation space for several years, since 1962, and we have a network in 100 countries around the world. What is our mission as an organization? Yes, our mission is to stop degradation. Just like we are talking about the forest laws and other interventions around mitigating biodiversity laws, that is one of our objectives. We became a Kenya country office in 2016, and we are able to have autonomy from the other international organizations, and we're able to make decisions and activities in our landscape. That is our vision, for people to live in harmony with nature and deriving benefits. Where are we in Kenya? We are in several parts of this country, and they're doing several other initiatives, but specifically for this forum, I'm talking about the forest landscape restoration. We are at the Kenya Rift Lakes region. That is our reference. The Rift Valley lakes, the Lake Baringo, Lake Bogoria, Lake Nakuru, and those other Rift Valley lakes. We are in that space, and we are doing a lot of restoration activities there. We are also in coastal Kenya. We are in south of Kenya. That is the Kajiado, Narok, and the rest. And last year, we've started offices and operations in northern Kenya. We also have a national program, which I myself falls around that supports the other regional and landscape activities. We have so many goals in our organization, and the goal that our forest restoration activities answers is addressing issues around habitats. It's our ambition as an organization to have thriving habitats which can support biodiversity at different places. Other goals include people benefiting. Any intervention that we do as an organization, the people are at the center of it, and they are benefiting. Governance also is our concern. We want government to have policies, strategies that promotes resource conservation. I think that is a map of where we are. You can see the south of Kenya, we are in Narok, Kajiado, Taita Taveta. In the coast, we are in Kwale, Kilifi, Lamu. We have a new area in Garissa, Wajir, all the way to Marsabit. And not forgetting the Rift Valley lakes, the Nakuru, Baringo, Bogoria. That is the area where we are. Unfortunately, maybe you are not seeing Uasin Gishu, but we are operating at the Elgeyo Marakwet County. So we have a forest program as an organization, and the forests are at the heart of our work. We really value forests that it's really supporting the entire ecosystems. And we are happy that we have galvanized the momentum around forest landscape restoration as an organization. And we have been able to move the talk and the restoration efforts towards sustainability in the country. So our efforts are aiming to address all those activities that I've listed there, aligning with the national aspirations. The forest policy that was launched last year, we are part of the organization that supported in developing that, supporting policies for increased forest landscape restoration initiatives. The FOLAREP, we did it, that becomes an action plan of all the restoration activities we are talking about here. As an organization also, we are implementing activities across all those landscapes I've told you to address the drivers of deforestation. Enabling increased multi-stakeholder participation. Yes, we are engaged with so many of us in this space, including the universities, civil society organizations, the counties, and the national government. We are also at the space of enabling communities to realize more tangible benefits. Any initiative we do, just like I said before, the community is at the center. Any initiative that doesn't bring benefits to a community, be sure, like our sister was asking there, at what level do we involve the community? So any initiative should have benefits to the community. Public-private people partnership and consortiums, partners for innovations. Yes, we are in so many of those, and we are doing that. I think my slide can show. We have so many projects. I've listed there. In the coast, we have around 7 projects. We have a Bengo mangrove project, which is at the coast. There's a triple benefit. Okay. Those are projects that are in the coast of Kenya, and they are trying to address issues of mangrove restoration. Of course, I didn't capture all the components of the project, but key among them is improved livelihoods and climate resilience. Policy development at all space, we influence policy, both at the national and at the county level. Equally, restoration programs. Within any of those projects, restoration has a big component in it, and scaling up best practices that have been in those specific projects. Maybe the only one I can single out is where we are today. We are the Kenya Reflects, and there are several projects that we are doing in the Rift Valley and the Rift Valley Lakes ecosystem. We have the Bengo FLR project. Don't worry about the Bengo. Bengo is a German name of the financiers that are financing this project. The Terra Fund, I'm sure most of us also have benefits, and they are implementing the Terra Fund. The integrated Rivenjoro catchment, yes, my brother is here, and he has been implementing and supporting implementing that project. We have a Naivasha Basin Reforestation project, and several projects, like Waziri talked about in Kaptagat, one of them being securing 50 acres of Kaptagat forest. We have another project called Leading Change. Those are the components that these projects are trying to address. Those are not the only projects. There are other projects coming up, and there are others that are at the very tail end, which I didn't list. Critical is the Kenya Reflex region currently is attracting a lot of people. Just like also Waziri said, there are so many partners entering our region to support restoration efforts. Equally, south of Kenya, Kajiado, Narok, Bomet, where we have so many projects there. And one of them, which is at a very big scale, is called Large Scale Forest Landscape Restoration Africa. It is funded by Germany, and we've really seen a lot of impacts. What I can single out even with that project is developing and supporting communities of modern nurseries. We have put up a very big modern nursery out of this project around Kajiado area. Those are the projects that are in south of Kenya, and they also have similar components plus other additional components that addresses issues of climate change, resilience, and better livelihoods in those landscapes. We have so many results that what do we expect from all these investments and projects that we have around the counties? Those are some of the key expected results that we expect our projects to address. One is significant contribution to global commitments and Kenyan commitments. I think the AFR 100 is here. We are all contributing to this. We are also looking to more integrated restoration of degraded and deforested landscapes. That is one of our expected results. Increased private sector contribution, creating more sustainable benefits to our communities, and also increased sustainability of forest landscape restoration initiatives that are occurring at landscape. And finally is recognition of Kenya's contribution to those global commitments I've talked about. I'll single out some key achievements that our forest program in WWF has been able to do. We have been able to support in developing various policies, both within the country and at the regional level. We have been able to develop the East African Forest Policy and Strategy that helps align the East African community to have a common voice and a common strategy towards sustainable forests landscape restoration. We have also supported the development of the policy, which was launched around December last year. And currently, we are also supporting the National Landscape and Ecosystem Restoration Strategy. This is a strategy that has gone through so many stages, but we are at the very tail end of having a document that guides the restoration efforts that are happening in the ground. We are implementing various projects around the country, from Chepalungu Forest to Kaptagat to the Mau to the Abadeas. And we have a target of restoring, as an organization, 250,000 hectares. This is also within our strategic plan and our vision, which aligns to the government. The government is talking about 2030. We also want to contribute 250,000 hectares by 2030 as WWF. Supporting coordination of other technical working groups around the forest space in terms of monitoring. It's a very critical thing that we need to know where we are going. We could be talking about increasing our forest cover by a certain %, but we are also degrading it. When you say I'm planting trees at a rate of 10%, and you are harvesting at a rate of 12%. So there's a role of monitoring. It can be able to show you where we are going. Several tree planting initiatives we are supporting across the country, like the big one that was done by the president recently around the Kaptagat region. By this time, we have planted 4.5 million trees in the last 4 years as an organization. So that is our contribution to the restoration space around the country. In summary, that is what we do. Per year, we normally capture all the initiatives that are done from the various landscape. These are some of the few results and impacts that I can populate here. What you see here there is Aloitoktok nursery. That is a modern nursery. It's not just any other nursery. We have pumped in investment of 13 million shillings to put up a modern nursery that produces a lot of seedlings at a very cost-effective manner. The nursery has a capacity to produce 2 million seedlings annually. This is a nursery that you don't need to invest even in watering. With just a press of a button, you are able to water around the wall of the entire nursery. So it reduces on production costs. This is a group of graduates. We support students also to pursue various courses that are related to what we are doing. Recently, where we had graduates from Kenya Forestry College, graduates from wildlife training institutes, people studying range management. That is our core area also, to be able to build new professionals that will take up the restoration efforts. Several value chains also. These are restoration-based value chains, including honey, tree tomato, pastures, and so many other restoration value chains is at the core of our implementation. That's Kaptagat area, landscape that we are really doing a lot of work in regreening it. I think I will end by talking to the professionals that are here, and maybe the young scientists and the senior professors who are here. I was in a forum yesterday that I felt that the university should really be in that space. You talked about payment for ecosystem services. I don't know how far the universities are involved in developing standard operating procedures and formulas of valuation of forest resources. Let me not talk about environmental resources, maybe forest resources. What is the value of Cherangani ecosystem as we speak, so that the people in treasury and in finance are able to make very critical and measurable decisions. So as a professional groups and environmental champions, we have really a lot to do. In terms of our environment, our forests, we are really at that very critical negative tipping point. And we need science and scientists to talk about this. We need science that catalyzes solutions and looks to the future. We need science that guides and informs nature-positive policies. I would be happy to hear Waziri talk about Elgeyo Marakwet County. We dropped from 39% to 30%, but now we have moved from 30% to 31, 32%. That is the role also of scientists. I think if you read a lot of research that are being done around monitoring the levels where we are heading to in terms of restoration efforts, we need a lot from the universities and the scientists. And also collaboration. You find studies being done by different organizations, maybe TerraFund is doing it, another person is doing it, and that information is not really available for us. We also need science that influence and guide policy. If a policy is being developed without proper information, proper data, be sure that those policies will not be aligned. Recently, the country has been busy developing global biodiversity frameworks and targets. How much detail did it come from the professionals and the universities and the academias and the research bodies so that they can influence the process so that we can have more stronger targets both at the county and at the national levels. So I challenge the professional and the scientists here that let's look at science also that influence and guide policy. Be bold when there are issues. You can sometimes listen to politicians talk around issues that you as scientists, you should really talk loud about. If somebody comes and say planting eucalyptus is becoming a real issue, or planting a certain tree, or banning export, what is your position as a scientist? If we say we no longer want to export a certain variety of tree to this country, and on the other side we are promoting commercial forestry and forest landscape restoration, I think science informs what we need, that voice. We need consistent monitoring tools that can inform when we are talking about, we are thinking about restoration. Let's also think around those tools that can help us address those issues. Yes, when finance is allocating money, they need data. Let's have more data, more information that really integrates different sources of knowledge. Sometimes we talk about indigenous and local, I would call them local scientists. Where is their space in these efforts of restoration? So let's really provide incentives to research from diverse sources of knowledge. Not really the conventional. Let's support the local scientists. I think that is it I wanted to talk about, and I call upon each and everyone that I challenge all of us, just like Waziri talked about a clarion call. Let's break out of our silos. Let's focus on really rethinking and doing more on restoration. I like we are investing in the youths. They are here, and they are going to take up that space to really carry the restoration efforts forward. So thank you so much. It's a moment for all of us. Let everyone rise to the challenge of dealing with the urgency of our time and bring back our loss and the negative impact we have in, oh, sorry, it was not moving. Thank you so much. I beg to stop there.
Thank you for that nice presentation around biodiversity and ecosystem services. quite critical. When we are talking about biodiversity, we are talking about ecosystem services. It's quite interesting hearing what you are talking about in terms of reporting, monitoring, and so forth. Actually, I'm taking part in the international panel or platform for biodiversity and ecosystem services report, contribution of biodiversity to ecosystem services. These are a global assessment, just similar to IPCC that we are doing. And the first meeting, others meeting is Montreal, Canada, this month. So I'm also excited to represent the country and region in some of these reports, and we really look forward to such a kind of reporting for us to see how degraded ecosystems are making people lose the ecosystem services, and vice versa. When we are restoring, what are we gaining? So I think there are quite a number of questions, I'm sure, for example, but we are going to have them until after tea. Then we can continue with the conversation. So right now, because the other guests are leaving, so want to take a photo there, then go for tea, then come back re-energized to complete the session remaining. Thank you. A round of applause to the presenter. For yourself, for being keen. So thank you. So let's go for a photo there. Where we were yesterday. Then continue to have tea.
Call your name. Please, you come to the front. Dr. Pascal Injeruto. Dr. Masese. Dr. Masese. Have a seat. Gideon Kibusia. Have a seat. Dr. Masese, please have a seat. Gideon Kibusia, please have a seat. Is Dr. Saina here? David Chimweno? We have some 2 online presenters. We are going to inform them to join the team. Okay, so Mr. Teddy Murigi, I hope you are online, you can hear us. Please be ready. Dr. George Aria, please be, I hope you can hear us. So we have a plenary. We have a plenary. We have 2 people who are online. I don't know whether they are already present. Mr. Suter, where are you? Please join this group. And Ezekiel? Sakwa, where are you? So I think we have the team, the full team online. Please, Dr. Ria, can you hear us? Dr. George Ria, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So please be ready. And we have another online. Who's the other? Who's the other? Who's the other? Who's the other? Mr. Teddy Muriki, can you hear us? Mr. Teddy? Maybe he's going to join us. So this session here is a plenary session. We have a plenary session. So in 5 minutes, I would like you to introduce yourself. Mr. Teddy Murigi, if you are online, kindly say hello. So we are waiting for one more. We are waiting for one more. Okay, Ted is not there, but there's someone else who is physical, who is present physically. So in 5 minutes, we start with you, Ezekiel Sakwa. We would like you to introduce yourself and tell us what your team and your organization is doing towards restoration of the environment and climate change. Kindly, in 5 minutes, if you, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon. Is it afternoon or morning still? Everybody. My name, as you have been told, I'm Ezekiel Sakwa from Elgeyo Marakwet County. I'm standing here for an association called EZAC's Agribusiness Startup Association of the Farmers. This association was started in 2022. We are based in 3 sub-counties, 3 wards in Elgeyo Marakwet West sub-county. We undertake several projects for the farmers and a lot of restoration programs. At the moment, we are partnering with the Nyayo Seasons Development Corporation, the Kenya Forest Service through the Community Forest Association, that is Cherengany Community Forest Association. We have for Mosongo Water Resource Users Association in one of our catchment areas that are critical. And also we are partnering with local schools and technical institutions or vocational centers around where the place we work in the 3 wards, that's Lelan, Cherengany, Chibororwa, and Sengweri wards, respectively. We were to present in this, we are presenting in this forum, and our area of engagement through the forum here is that we are seeking for partnership engagement initiative, which of course, as I've said, it had already started with these other partners, and we are lucky one of our sponsors or partners are the Eldoret Iten Water Fund that they are doing through the Cherengany Community Forest Association. 3 areas that they are undertaking is, 1, they are developing or assisting us to come up with the participatory forest management plan, which is critical for the partners to join in. And this, we are at the stage, I think we shall be launching it this month, maybe later this month. The program, the participatory forest management program, identifies 8 areas that the community will be engaging through the forest restoration program. In those 8 programs, we have identified 3 which are critical to us, and 1 is the ecotourism, and this time we are referring it to agrotourism. We have also another one that is very critical, the tree nurseries, and the tree nursery user program. We are undertaking fruits, the fruit trees, and we are also doing, along that, we are restoring the grassland. The grassland, we have a very specific grass called Fetiva. Fetiva, we are doing pilots of this same grass through the catchments that are covered under the Nyayo T-Zones Development Corporation. We are supporting 250 spot or springs. And this we are doing through 2 CPOs, the the community-based organizations. One is, in fact, the 2 of them are led by women. One is, we are calling it Chemulany. That is Mr. Ward, Chemulany, and Kibrej community-based organization. Another one is an ASMEs. It's called Capture Up MSMEs Conservation Conservation Group. This one is also a women-led CPO. It's based in Capture Up. And we've done a lot with them because they have already raised these 3 seedlings that we supplied to one of the catchment areas. That is Kalbul. Kalbul is a water source that is serving 15 villages in Kamoy, Ngany Community Forest Association. And in the beekeeping, we have 2 apiaries. One, we have identified and identified and supported to locate, and we have been given area to do that by the Kenya Forest Service.
Thank you very much. So,
maybe just to wind up on bamboo, the catchment, because this is our water catchment areas, we are doing also bamboo seedlings that we will start soon through this support of Eldoret 10 Water Fund. They are supporting that nursery, and one of the areas is to have a bamboo tree nursery that will support us in conserving these 250 areas. I've shared with you, I think the presenters will share with you the documents we have. We have done a proposal that will support us in that, and I think the stakeholders here will take up that opportunity and we engage. Thank you very much, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next presenter? Please, in 5 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'm Frank Masese. I teach here in the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Science as a senior lecturer. So in terms of what we are doing, I can say of what I've been involved in over the years in terms of natural resource management. So we work with communities in the Victoria Basin. I've had the opportunity to work with communities when it comes to wetland conservation and management, especially in the lower rivers draining into Lake Victoria, the Nyando, the Nzoia, and the others, Kucha. So we work with communities there to develop wetland management plans, including the transboundary seal stickle in Western Kenya. So here, but we also worked with some UNDP programs on food for work when I was at Fired International. So we were doing this where you pay community members food to participate in conservation initiatives. And some of the activities I was to present about was based on this on my presentation. But we also participated in development national watershed management plans. In 2016, we did as an eco-status assessment of the Kenyan water towers. And here we were to develop a management plan at the national level. We are working with the Kenya Water Towers Agency. But also we developed a payment for ecosystem services scheme for the Sondu Miriu River. So we are seeing how those living upstream be compensated by those living downstream so that they can better manage their lands. In the morning we had a similar presentation actually the 10 water fund that he was talking about, I think that's the next step. I've also participated in development for one in the Mara. So we have a scheme. We know what the buyers are, the service users are, but we have not implemented the scheme because of financial challenges. So in case you need our participation. But we are also working in the eastern lift region in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. That's Mount Elgon and the Rwenzero region. We were also working a similar system for those regions. Then we do a lot of ecosystem assessment. There's aquatic ecosystems assessment in streams and rivers. I must say that I've worked in the Moiben. Actually, that's where I did my MSc thesis on using macroinvertebrates to assess the water quality in the Moiben River. And we have sampled almost all of the rivers in Kenya, and we are doing this to develop a national biomonitoring protocol to assess the status of water resources. Then finally, what I can talk about is on what are the impacts of land use change. We are seeing, as the population is growing, and the African tradition of subdividing land among sons. I think that's a very unsustainable way of living. Because if we are going to continue having kids for 1,000 years, what are we going to divide? The whites stopped doing this almost a century ago, because they realized that if you continue subdividing your land among your sons, then you make that land totally unproductive, because it will be slums. You turn all landscapes into towns or slums, and there's no food. That's why some counties are net importers of food, and there they are in high agricultural potential areas, like Kisii. I come from Kisii, and I really participated in draining wetlands when I was growing up. But now we must restore them, and we must stop this practice of land subdivision, and we are looking at what's the impact of land subdivision on food security, on water resources. And that's one of the projects that we are working on. Thank you. Let me stop there.
Thank you. The next presenter, Dr. Jeruto.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Dr. Pascaline Jeruto. I'm a lecturer here at University of Eldoret in School of Science, Department of Biological Sciences. So my presentation was on the role of indigenous knowledge in ecosystem restoration, a case study of North Rift Herbalists. So, North Rift Herbalists are a registered group of herbalists from 6 regions or 6 counties. That is Nandi, Uasin-Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Pokot, and we are moving to Samburu. So these North Rift Herbalists, they have an MOU with the University of Eldoret. And you find that since they interact mostly with the environment, the flora and the fauna, so they have a role in playing in restoration of this environment. So in summary, what the North Rift Herbalists have been doing, they've been engaging in restoration of wetlands, planting trees. I can elaborate on some of the forests that they've engaged in. We have the Singwalwa forest. They've been able, the government actually allocated that for the restoration and the planting of trees. So they've managed to plant trees to a tune of 5 acres in that place. Also, they are involved in sustainable harvesting of these medicinal plants, whereby they have selective harvesting and domestication, and also seed sowing. I wish to thank the counties for partnering with the university. In 2019, we hosted here the North Rift Herbalist exhibition in this university, At that time, I was the chairperson of the North Rift Herbalist Association from the university committee. And I should say that it has actually played a major role in conservation. We've also interacted with some of the partners like KFS, Nature Conservancy, Eldowas, among others, in planting trees. We've planted trees in Koitabes primary. As earlier on you had, in this university, we don't have enough land, so we do community outreach. They've engaged in Kaptagat. That was this year also. And we've been we've established tree nurseries among us the herbalists in the several regions, like the Tenges area in Baringo, we have a nursery. We have Kip Teber in Elgeyo Marakwet, in that case. And last year, we established a nursery with the Pokot County. The CC was here, and they were able to give us a piece of land on that case. Other achievements that the North Rift Herbalists, remember that this is the indigenous knowledge. We at the university, we are working with them also to ensure that the indigenous knowledge is incorporated into the scientific perception. So out of that, we've had several postgraduate students actually testing their traditional medicine to test on their efficacies. So we have several postgraduate students that have come out from the North Rift Herbalist. We had also 2 PhD students who worked on the biodiversity of the forest, and also the plant richness of there is a forest in Elgeyo Marakwet also. That student graduated last year. So in that point, you see there is importance in working with the communities. And we've trained them from the university section. My boss is here. So that is the good thing. You see, when you work with people who care about the environment, it is very easy. So thank you, partners, the counties, the various counties, and other partners also, as we work together in restoring our ecosystem or biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to go online. Dr. Ria, can you hear us? Dr. Ria?
Professor, I can hear you.
Can you please give us your presentation in 5 minutes?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry that I could not be able to be there, but the presentation for this workshop or this conference was about Baringo's tourism sector, looking at the socio-ecological analysis for small business adaptations. So the project is about looking at
there's something wrong with your network.
Time and supporting local livelihoods has been affected by climate risks, especially the rising water levels, flash floods, and extreme droughts. So in this case, we were looking at out of these climate risk challenges, we have had most of the infrastructure destroyed, submerged towns, and displacement of wildlife and submersion of hot springs in that area as well. So our main focus in this project was how small and medium-sized tourism enterprises in that area cope and possibly adapt to climate change shifts. So I think I don't need to go into results in terms of adaptation strategies on that. But again, I could also just echo that in Elgeyo Marakwet County also, we are currently also running another project on building climate smart resilience among farmer systems there as well. We are quantifying greenhouse gas emissions there and looking at agroecology practices that are done there. I think we are in that project with Frank, who I'm seeing seated there. Based on that, again, what could be much more of interest right now is the project we are finalizing, which has made me to be away right now, is the project where we are trying to partner with a lot of stakeholders, including Baringo County, Elgeyo Marakwet County, and other Noreb counties, as well as LVAMP region, to try to do skilling and incubation of youths to create jobs for youths and women, IDPs, and also other factors as well. So in this project, we are also talking about greening landscapes, and we are looking at ways of how we can do greening landscapes through sustainable solutions. Not just planting trees, but how do we transform planting trees as a business and support some youths who can do this by planting trees and leveraging them on making money out of them. So our interest right now, which is core, is that we are creating an incubation hub right now, a virtual one, of course, that we are going to use as a platform to do skilling and incubation of youths and women, as I've said, across those counties that I've mentioned. So we are looking forward to working with people I've had there, like Ezekiel Sakwa, to just see how we can leverage on the collaborations they already have on the ground and see which people have got good business opportunities, ideas that we can bring on board and scale them and possibly give them some seed capital to accelerate their businesses in areas where they are doing their businesses. So I think that's all what I have for now, Prof. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you will stay online for the questions. Our next presenter.
Thank you.
David.
My name is Gideon Kibusia, working with WWF Kenya, and I'm grateful to be here today. I'm an alumni of this institution. I'm a forester by profession, and as an organization, that's WWF, we have been very central in implementing many restoration projects across the Kenya Rift Lakes landscape. For us as an organization, our approach is on landscape restoration approach, in a manner that as we address the issues of degradation or restoration, we are not only looking at the biodiversity part of it, but how does that affect or influence the livelihoods of the communities that are living within those resources, and more importantly, how are they going to benefit out of it. So in the Kenya Rift Lakes region, which includes Naivasha, Abadeas, we also have Eastern Mau and Elgeyo Marakwet, Bogoria, Baringo. These are the three sub-landscapes which are within Kenya Rift Lakes region. And the focus for us in this is how the basins that are within this landscape are being affected by the issues of degradation. How are we responding to those issues, and how are we taking on board the communities so that they are part and parcel of the restoration efforts, and more importantly, owning some of the interventions that we put across or implement in these sub-landscapes. In Naivasha Abadeas, for example, we are supporting the restoration of 3 protected forests, and within those forests, we have been able to support the community forest associations in developing value chains on tree tomatoes and bamboo, which basically is about how they utilize the resources, earn some income, and be able to reduce the pressure and the dependency on the forest. We are also implementing a project that has an element of carbon credits in Eastern Aberdare. And it's one project which we are learning a lot of lessons there as to how the carbon credits issue can be well handled. And from our perspective, we think carbon credits is a good thing, but we should move away to climate finance in a manner that even as you plant trees, carbon credits should be just a by the way, because that shouldn't be actually the focus. But the wider ecosystem services should be the driving force in implementation of such projects. There is also a project that we are doing in Eastern Mau along River Njoro Basin. And one key driver of degradation in that area is the population pressure and the issues of encroachment in protected forests. Now, the interventions that we have undertaken within that ecosystem is one, how do we have enhanced sustainable agriculture? And also, how do we support the community forest associations to undertake afforestation efforts on their farms so that they can reduce the pressure or depending on the natural resources within the protected forests. And that cuts across in the upper catchment, the middle catchment, and even on the lower catchment, so that even as you look at pollution issues in collaboration with Water Resource Authority, you are able to arrest some of the over-obstruction issues along the river, the issues of permitting when drilling boreholes, and supporting water resource users associations so that there is an element of citizen-led scientists in documenting water flows, in documenting the biodiversity within the river flows, so that the issues of pollution, the issues of erosion are well addressed, being led by the community. In Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Bogoria sub-landscape, our focus there has been supporting or institutional strengthening of community forest associations so that they are able to support one another with Kenya Forest Service in implementing restoration efforts, but more importantly, how do they benefit and even how do they ensure that the user rights that are enshrined in the forest management agreements are well utilized or implemented within the framework that they have with Kenya Forest Service, and still be able to achieve or enhance the ecosystem services within the protected forest of Kaptagat, and also looking at some of the Ramsar sites, that is Bogoria, Baringo, and some of the benefits that the community needs to be to benefit out of that. The value chains along fishing space is also a thing which in the near future we will be focusing on, but more importantly, looking at what happens in the upper catchment and how that affects the communities downstream. Thank you.
Thank you. Bueno.
Hello, everybody. My name is David Chemweno. I'm here representing the Restoration Alliance. And Restoration Alliance is a consortium of several organizations. And myself, I'm the executive director of Save Kenya Water Towers and the founder. And so what we are doing as an organization, one is we have a program called Green Ribbon Initiative, which we are doing in schools in the Cherengani water towers. These are mostly secondary schools, and you realize that those schools normally use firewood. And this firewood is fetched from the forest. And this firewood is licensed by KFS to collect the dead wood from the natural forest. But over time, since the schools have increased and the need for more firewood, it has led to these schools or the suppliers to cut down on trees in the forest. So we are working on that to transit these schools to use biogas. We've had a few pilots, which we are still seeking partnerships. We were supported by UNEP in the past cohort, and we think we're going to seek for other partners as an organization and also as an alliance to ensure that we go green. And that program is actually for regreening schools. The other project that we are doing is the one for Terrafan AFR 100, where we are conserving the cut line, or what we normally call the Spencer line. Spencer line is the cut line between the highlands of the Kerio escarpment and the lower valley. So there is a protected area that stretches from Kocholwa in Kerio South all the way to West Pokot, Sigor. And in some areas, they are not well demarcated. In some areas, it's also, there are two. We have the upper Spencer line and the lower Spencer line, especially in Marakwet West, for those who come from those areas. And so we were funded among the other three organizations that are here. SCOPE, which is a member of the Alliance, are also implementing another project on the Torok Falls, which also is in the same ecosystem with what the Safe Kenya Water Towers are doing. I can see Coseo is also here. They're doing the Paringo side. And yesterday we had the Laikipia Wildlife Forum, who are also in the other part of Laikipia. And so maybe to highlight, as many people have talked about Terrafan and AFR, you see in our banner there is AFR 100, and I am surprised people have not asked. Many people have talked about the Terrafan AFR 100. This is a program that is funded by Pesos Earth Fund, and the initiative is to restore 100 million hectares in Africa. And we are privileged as an alliance to be part of this. There are only 36 organizations in Kenya out of the 100. Is it 100? Because there are other landscapes within the African continent. That is in Kifu and Rusisi Basin. There is the Great Rift Valley in Kenya, where we are restoring, and then we have the Ghana Cocoa Belt. So we are excited, and I know going forward, the AFR, Terrafan AFR 100 program is a 6-year program, and I think the next cohort, we are going to expand, especially for us as SAFE and SCOPE, to ensure that this Spencer line, which is a critical ecosystem, is restored through other partners other than the AFR 100 program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to go back online. Mr. Teddy Murigi, are you there? Teddy, are you there?
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, can you please summarize?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My paper was on assessing the effectiveness of the nature-based solutions among the communities that are living in northern Tanzania. I was trying to look at how it's trying to enhance their resilience and adaptation. For my background, I am an environmental and social specialist with 13 years experience in the renewable energy sector. And we've worked in several countries in Africa, where we try to develop power. We've worked as developers, and we've also worked as advisors to the IPPs. And it is in this field of ours that we've come to see some of the degradation that is happening and how some communities are suffering. And our main aim was to look at how some of the companies that are coming up with solutions are trying to bring some benefit to the community, and also try to assess if these communities are feeling that effect. Because right now, everyone is talking about climate change, but this climate change, most of the people feel it's centered towards the developer and not more towards the community. So my focus was in Tanzania because we've worked in Arusha and Manyara regions, these areas have been severely degraded because you find that communities have been, because of such issues of climate change, you find there is a human-wildlife conflict. People are cutting down on trees to see whether they can try and make a few shillings by burning charcoal. And some of these issues are the ones that have even increased and expanded on the territory, that the wildlife migration, now the wildlife is not only being limited to where it was, but it's now even extending to the residential areas. The reason why we decided to look at Tanzania is because those two areas are still within the Rift Valley, and most of the projects that are happening, the renewable energy projects, especially the wind, they target the Rift Valley, because along the Rift Valley is where you have good wind, is where you have you'll have good data if you want to produce wind. So in assessing this, we found out that there are several projects that are being implemented, and these projects are also focusing on looking on benefiting on the carbon credits. So some of the projects will be like ARR, afforestation, regeneration. You would look at companies trying to come up with cook stoves. You will see companies trying to come up with grassland regeneration. Yes, all these are projects that are geared up towards the resilience, but are they being felt by the communities? You find these companies will come up with ideas of saying that they will give jobs to these communities. They will come up with CSR projects, but are all these all these products that are tailored towards that particular project, are they being felt by the community? So that is why we chose to come up with this with this paper. And so with the assistance from Scope, we know we are going to ensure that we continue gathering data, because the data we have is data we gathered from their websites, but we would like to ensure that we get this data firsthand ourselves. We go to the ground and see how best we can come up with a paper, and we can come up with data that is indicative of what is happening on the ground. So I would like to say thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to the deliberations that are ongoing.
Thank you so much. We'll come back physically. The next presenter.
Thank you so much. Welcome, and all protocols observed. Chelimo Suter, Director of Climate Change, Environment and Forestry, Elgeyo Marakwet County. All of us, welcome to Elgeyo Marakwet, a county of champions. Allow me to say, before I mention the activities in the county government, that welcome to Elgeyo Marakwet. In Elgeyo Marakwet, we don't plant trees, we grow trees. We have a policy already that is, apart from planting, you nurture. So we're looking at actually nurturing from the seedling to the success, then we have the impacts. Allow me also to say Elgeyo Marakwet is one of the 47 counties of Kenya, 47 county governments, one government, and that it is one of the sub-nationals in this region. You'll also allow me to say, before I say that Elgeyo Marakwet is in its third generation CITP, the County Integrated Development Plan, which is 2023-2027, and that also Elgeyo Marakwet is one of the counties that's implementing the Climate Change Act 2016. Article 19, for all of us, I know you're scholars, allows the county governments to mainstream climate change actions in their plans and also the actions. So back to Elgeyo Marakwet, what are we doing? First of all, we are one of, in Elgeyo Marakwet, we are one of those counties that we help Kenya, our country, to transition to low carbon resilient development pathway. I think all of us, that is actually what we are doing, all of us. In summary, then town is in Elgeyo Marakwet County, under His Excellency the Governor, is we are building resilience to the local communities to impacts of climate change. That is the rally call in Elgeyo Marakwet. What are we doing under that one, and how did we go about there? Elgeyo Marakwet, as we did a participatory climate risk assessment 2023-2027, where we did the climate vulnerabilities in every village, not even the sublocation, every village. So that one, we have a PCRA report. Two, through the PCRA report, we have County Climate Change Action Plan 2023-2027. That one is in line with the Climate Change Act 2016, is in line with the Paris Agreement, it is in line with the National Adaptation Plan 2015-2030, and also it is in line also with MCA Amendment Act, Cap 387. So it is also responding to the presidential directive of planting 15 billion trees. Now, what are Elgeyo Marakwet doing in building community resilience? This program, the Climate Change Action Plan, is a product of the communities. It's a bottom-up approach. It's not politics. This is an approach where we need to touch the people. So in this one, we are doing three major things to build resilience. After having the action plan as which we developed is out of what the community say. So for all of our partners coming to Elgeyo Marakwet, kindly have the report. We have the report ready for you to know what is the problem in Elgeyo Marakwet per village to address the climate action. That is SDG 13. Therefore, then, this action plan is in line with the CITV, is in line with our laws, is in line with everything. Therefore, three major things we are doing. Number one, landscape restoration. What do you do under landscape restoration? We do promotion of agroforestry. What do you do in agroforestry? We do promotion of avocado, promotion of mango, promotion of pixies, and above all, doing model nursery powered. It is covering the entire county. Then under that, under the landscape restoration, we do school cleaning program. We have our schools. Under the same, we have women, youth groups where we support those people. I have seen several places, several partners. I will mention them here. They have done wonderful work. So after landscape, that's through agroforestry. The third thing we are doing under the landscape restoration is mindset change. Allow me to say something. The actual driver to forest degradation or all the destruction in Elgeyo Marakwet is just about the mind of the people. So awareness, that's the activity. So under which then the second activity, so I'll be very fast because you give me 5 minutes, is about restoration, ecosystem restoration. What do you do in ecosystem restoration? We have water catchment areas, very many of them. I think my CC has mentioned about that. We are the water tank. We do also issues of wetland protection. Again, we rehabilitate the Elgeyo Marakwet escarpment. I've had my friend, I'm very happy because he's already taken one of the problems we are facing. Sorry to inform you that Elgeyo Marakwet also, through the escarpment, has faced several challenges. We've lost people, we've lost property, we've lost infrastructure, we've had of landslides that we claimed almost several lives. We have our brothers almost over 30 lost through the landslides at Johanna. So actually, there's a real problem about there. Enough again to say that I wish to inform this conference that the problems you are bearing of the Pokot and Marakwet is actually a climate, is a resource-based conflict. So what is it? The Pokot have cattle complex. So they are following water along the Baringos towards the Marakwet because we have the water. They need also water and pasture. When they come this way, Maji Meisha. What has happened? Destruction of the upstream catchment. What is Elgeyo Marakwet doing? Ecosystem restoration, catchment, rehabilitation, all those. Therefore, the county is doing. Finally, we are doing what we call water harvesting as one of the programs. To do community resilience. We are doing about water harvesting. That is using water barrels. For those who have not seen water barrel, we have some water barrels just there. We also use the green energy to harvest water through the borehole. We don't use electricity. We use solar. And then finally, there's something I need to mention, and I'll request this one. Welcome to Elgeyo Marakwet, but there are opportunities, but there are challenges. What are the challenges? Resource-based. We have limited resource. Elgeyo Marakwet is the lowest funded county in the Republic of Kenya, second after Lamu. But it is where the climate change impacts is first hit. it's worst because hapo ni hatari sana. It is really, there's a lot of problems there. But good enough, Mungu anatupenda. There are opportunities there. Number one, the communities, very welcome. Hata ukikosa nyumba, utapewa chakula, kuja tufanya kazi. You'll be welcomed. Again, the environment is very favorable. Even if you cannot support the tree growing, just come and just train them, give them knowledge, so that they can live just. We have a high percentage of natural regeneration there. Na hii swali msiniulize. My BSc in forestry emanated from this university. So I'm a forester. I'm also a human ecologist by training from here. So hiyo maneno iko. So those are some of the opportunities. Again, the government. We have a government of Araya, very friendly, very young, very. I'm not saying Gen Z. It's very digital. So he can welcome all of you there. Finally, we have very good communities. We're housing indigenous communities very well. We have the Kacheranganyis, we have the Kiftanis, we have the Sengur. And today, for those who don't know, those indigenous communities welcome restoration like never before. Karibuni sana.
Thank you.
Karibuni sana for those who think that way. Finally,
I think you, Mr. Sutera, I think you have provoked a number of questions, so we'll wait for those. We can listen to the next presenter. Thank you so much. Okay, so our final presenter, then we are going to open the floor for a few questions.
Let me take this opportunity, being the last presenter. Can let's all stand up? Wow. I want us to breathe in. Breathe in as much as you can. Breathe in. Don't breathe out. Okay, so we are beginning and you have to all, until I tell you, release. Let's go. Breathe in. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Wow. You hear how much you want to die. You don't need to release as strong as you want. You must make it as slow puncher as possible. Wow, I'm happy to be part of this beautiful discussion and grateful to God for giving us this great opportunity. I'm happy to be part of this great team here. My name is Josephine Biwott, founder of Advocacy for Change. I'm not new in this university. I'm so happy to have University of Eldoret as one of our partners in one of the programs that we are running. Advocacy for Change is a non-governmental organization that is working in Uasin Gishu, Baringo, West Pokot, and Trans Nzoia. One of our pillars that we are working on among the many is agroecology and climate justice. And what are we doing about this? As we speak about agroecology, I'm happy and glad that I'm addressing young people. And these are the people that they are going to run and utilize the resource that God gave us. And as we are working as an organization, we have a motivation that drives us every single day. And this is what I'll just focus on my discussion on those 3 key words, and that is it. What we believe is this. As a nation, and every one of us here have discussed, that we are planting, and Elgeyo Marakwet says they don't plant, they grow trees. And we all together say, as an organization, we want to grow and go green. Going green means it is our responsibility. It is the responsibility of every one of us, from children, mothers, and young people like you, we have to go green. And this is our responsibility. It is our sole responsibility to ensure that we grow trees. It is for our own benefit. And as an organization, we don't only say we go green, but we say as you plant that tree, you grow the tree, you nurture the tree, you take care of the tree, because that is the key responsibility that we have been given as human beings. So what we do, we have enrolled ecosystem volunteers who are working and helping the communities realize this going green. And when you go green, this is what happens. You go green and be clean. Those are two important variables that you have to consider. Make sure where you are is clean. It is our responsibility. Even where you are seated now, it is nobody else's responsibility. It is your responsibility. So when we go green and we be clean in our environment, ensure that whatever we are doing, we are responsible. This is a message we are passing over to young children and to everyone, that you have to be responsible with your environment. And what will happen after that? You will be healthy. So we say, stay healthy. This aspect of healthy is where we are talking about growing and making sure you grow your food and eat clean food. We are discussing more about soil health so that you can grow healthy food and eat healthy food, and that will give us a strong nation. And all those said and done, we shall be wealthy. Because whatever we are going to use, the money that we have now will not go to hospital, but we will use to develop and grow our economy. It is sad that we hear more about cancer. This is related with our environment, and therefore we need to take responsibility as every one of us. Our major role as an organization is to involve young people, involvement of youth when it comes to issues of climate justice. It's not enough to be in classroom. It is not enough. What makes all the difference is the ability to transfer knowledge to the community. That is it. You go to school not for yourself, but you go to school to transform the community that you're coming from. So if all of us take this responsibility, we will all be shouting and say, we are healthy. And so together we say, go green, be clean, stay healthy, and be wealthy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the floor for questions. Please make your question very brief, or your comment. Very, very brief, and you can also say to whom it is directed. So we are only giving a few, very few questions.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for the wonderful work you are doing. My name is Emmanuel Kimboy. My question will be, we've heard that most of the panelists you are working within Elgeyo Marakwet County. What are you doing to ensure that you don't duplicate on the activities that you are carrying out? And maybe my question goes now to the institution. What can you do to ensure that these organizations that work in various places can be able to do their work without doing the same thing, duplication of activities?
That first question is a bit broad, so can we have a volunteer who's going to answer the first question? Okay. And then the second question between Dr. Masese and Jeruto and Dr. Ria, I hope you're online. So just can we have another question?
Good afternoon. My question goes to Director Charles. There's something I wanted to know. Do we have NEMA laws? Do we have any guidelines that deals with riparian lands, water catchment areas, and Spencer lines. And if all those laws are there, what are the government doing about it?
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you. Thank you for the panelists, the brief word that you have told us. And my question is directed to Mr. George from WWF. You talked about Lake Naivasha. I come from Naivasha, and Lake Naivasha is surrounded by a Buri forest. And I've heard you talking about Aberdare forest. And are there some of the activities that you are doing still in a Buri forest? Because they also carry out maybe sustainable activities in the forest. And the other question is, also you talked about the Rift Valley water bodies. And you said about not only restoring the environment, and also you basically, let's say, you also look on the head side of the people. Lake Elementaita is facing a challenge where the fish there's pollution in Lake Elementaita, where currently there's a trend that was going that the fish that are consumed from the Lake Elementaita, they have heavy metals. You as the WWF, what are some of the strategies that you are doing to maybe to eradicate such things? Thank you.
Thank you. Question from this side. I think we might be done with this side. Question from this other. Okay, let's have that one.
Yes, thank you. I'm Kerry Francis, and my question goes to Dr. George Aria. I don't know whether he's still online.
Dr. Aria, are you
yes,
online?
I talked about something. Relating to the greenhouse gas mitigation, and my question goes to him this way: what are the available technologies that they use to capture carbon and storage, and how is it feasible to the needs of the individuals that are inhabiting that area? And my another question goes to Dr. Josephine for advocacy for change. You've talked about being that we should be eating and we should be healthy too. My question goes this way: do you guys support agricultural activities, and in which way? Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to have two more questions. I think there's one there, and then one, and then we are going to close that question session.
My name is Valentine. My question goes to Madam Josephine. I know that many of us, we have so many ideas, but that fear of stepping out there and implementing the idea. So how did you, like your history, your ideas, what made you to come out and do what you are doing so that you can encourage us also to step out of our ideas and not keeping them and implement them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elias Tobiko, and my questions I direct to Josephine, that is Advocate for Change. You have talked about the soil health, whereby you said you deal with the soil health for the healthy crop and healthy food. Now, we know that there is this climatical change whereby we have the CO2, which is the carbon dioxide, which is this carbon dioxide, we find that this is affecting the soil fertility by injecting a lot of acidity in the soil, which affect the productivity of many farmers, either in Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Narok, Kitale, and whether your measures to mitigate soil acidity in most of the areas in Uasin Gishu and any other county in Kenya for increased productivity, because if we increase productivity, it will increase the livelihood of the people in the community, whereby most of the people will have high yields and high level of income in their pockets. My other question also goes to you that we say that we make our environment green or we make our environment clean. We all have the responsibility. So we find that in our city, or which is the Eldoret, we have a lot of garbage. We have a lot of we find we have not seen our city being green. A lot of garbage all around. US, one of the advocates for advocacy for change. What are some of the initiatives as an organization you're taking to ensure that our city would remain clean and green for the healthy of all the people in our city? Thank you.
Thank you.
One last one. My name is Kipto. I have a question to Mr. Suter. I've heard that most of those organizations, or most of you have projects in Elgeyo Marakwet. And according to 2020, Elgeyo Marakwet was ranked number 3 in terms of forest coverage, ahead of Nyeri and Nyandarua. And today, Elgeyo Marakwet is ranked number 5. Although these all partners are doing projects in Elgeyo Marakwet, my question is, do you have a way of reporting or getting data from these partners? For example, Scope Intervention, Save Kenya Water Towers do have projects in Elgeyo Marakwet. And the first entry point for these projects is through the government, county government. But we don't see the last exit of this project going through the county government. So my query is, don't you think that Elgeyo Marakwet has more forest cover because the county government don't have a proper way of reporting from partners?
I think one last question.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen. My question goes to Ezekiel Sakwa. You've mentioned of a participatory forest management plan, and you work with women, youth, and men in Elgeyo Marakwet. My question goes on research, because research is a continuous process. How do you empower these young women and men and youth in Elgeyo Marakwet to research? Yes, for them to become as co-researchers in forest management.
Okay, so I think the last question was where? It's here, and I think the last one is somewhere there. Then we close that session, and we allow the presenters to respond.
Good afternoon. My question goes to WWF, Mr. George. We've seen the programs that has been proposed to many forests in Kenya. I've been following up on that. And for example, one of the programs is the reduced emission degradation, that program. When you check on the policies of those programs, one strong policy is restriction. They have to protect that area where that program is happening. So there is restriction for people to get in, and most of the time you get now people are sidelined to decision making of these programs. These programs are proposed where their livelihoods was happening, where they were benefiting from. Once it's okay, for example, Kaptagat, let me use Kaptagat Forest. When it has been proposed, now the restrictions comes in where people cannot access. It is yet to be, but when you follow up on the RED programs, there is a restriction because we have to protect what we are planting, what we are conserving. How do you work on that? How do you tend to work on that to come into negotiation with the community, that this is what we have to offer and this is what you have to also bring on the table so that this program can run? Also, the RED has been proposed in so many forests, and I want to ask because I've seen your team has supported most of these organization groups that are adapting forest. What's the concept of adoption of this forest? What's the concept of we are adapting this sector of the forest to conserve it? And what about the communities around that area that has been adapted?
Thank you. So I think it is. Then we are going to close and we'll allow the.
During my recent visit or last visit to Bogoria, Baringo, I found out that there were adverse effects of climate change, the former vibrant tourist attraction there. You don't find anymore the flamingos and the most vibrant tourist attractions there. So what have you done so far to mitigate the effects of climate change that had been encountered in that, like Bogoria, Baringo? Thank you.
Who's your, are you addressing your question? The last, no. To who did you address your question? Whom are you addressing your question to? Okay, so I think I'm going to close that session.
Moi University, and I'm telling you, I was shocked when recently I went there through our Eldoret 10 water funds. So many homesteads and so much agricultural land have all those are threatening our ecosystem. So I just want to suggest, he implied it, and some are even cultural in Kisii or in my home in Nyakach, Kisumu County. We were 6 boys, and our father had only 1 homestead. Do you know how many homesteads, including mine, which is sitting on a 5-acre site? We are now 6 different homesteads. So we are getting into a situation whereby, on a serious note, we may say, don't allow your sons to create homesteads. I've already told my sons that they just build grover within my homestead, not creating homesteads. You know, we are taking too much land, putting under human development, and so much even other, of course, other community development like Moi University, the land we have taken, and others, so that we are eventually making it so difficult to actually protect and restore. Of course, we need to restore the ecosystem. So anyway, I'm waiting. I expect this comment to come when we have this section of rethinking our ecosystem, because that's the theme of our workshop. And now I'll wait. I attended one like this in northern part of Canada. And so I'm waiting to see what you are going to come up with, our rethinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think we are now going to give an opportunity to our presenters to respond to, please respond to all the questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The second opportunity to actually respond to the inquiries participants of the conference. You will allow me have 3 areas to respond. The first one is to one of our participants, that is Mr. Kemboy, who asked all the partners here, all the stakeholders, all the communities, how do we avoid duplication? That is the inquiry, especially particular now. I'm responding on behalf of the county government of Elgeyo Marakwet, and that is also the worst hit area in climate change impacts. Allow me to say this. Thank you so much, because that question is really valid, and it's also addressing the theme of the conference. That in Elgeyo Marakwet, all the partners, allow me to appreciate them most essentially, because they come through the county government to activities, and we work together in collaboration. Allow me to first say the first stakeholder doing that is the 18 Eldoret Water Fund,
where we are doing restoration of Moiven upstream catchment. The restoration of Moiven upstream catchment is in line with the CITV of Elgeyo Marakwet. It's in line with climate change action, and it's also in line with the objectives and call of Iten Eldoret Waterman. So that way, they are specifically doing something within a certain area of Elgeyo Marakwet. That is the Moiven upstream catchment, Kaptakat, and also in Wasingishu, I think where my senior is saying, in around Moi University area, around Mesos area. So this way, other partners, including WWF, when they come to Elgeyo Marakwet, around Kaptakat area, we're doing water harvesting using green energy. One of them is in parts of Kapkoi. So there's no any other partner doing that one. So actually, partners come through the county government and work together. And I will request this, that all of us welcome to Elgeyo Marakwet. Let's, through, of course, with the county government, we have the plans, we have the blueprints, we have also, like what I say, the county climate action plan. You will just come and say, okay, I'm an energy specialist in climate change. Where is it we are doing this in this one? So somebody else, if we have 10 people doing energy, we shall give you 10 different words, so that now we don't duplicate. And good enough is that I wish to appreciate that even this conference, the rethinking is actually timely. Why? Because Elgeyo Marakwet as a challenge, we have the lowest funds, but we have the greatest opportunity to restore our ecosystem. Karibuni sana. So around there's no duplication. However, I would request, we have other partners like now Kenya Forest Service, we have the water towers, we have the Restore Africa people who have come there, even the World Vision Imara program, University of Eldoret greatly, all what we are using around there to rethink the restoration, the knowledge hub is actually the product of this university. I appreciate University of Eldoret panelists because they have really done it, and all of you, in one way or another one, have gained knowledge on it. The second inquiry, this comes from Kandia. It's a very informative inquiry, and it is, I believe, when my CC was making some address here earlier, I wish that question is a policy issue, but all the same, from the technical bench, I'll say that he said, he asked whether we have NEMA laws and the catchment encroachment is too much, and where is the 30-meter rule of the riparian. Allow me to say that yes, we have the NEMA laws, and I wish to say, I had indicated that Elgeyo Marakwet is one of the about 7 counties, but the law here is the Matter Constitution 2010, Article 69, as it clearly on the issues of course, environmental impact assessments and also protection of the Article 70. But in the absence of the national law, I want all of us to be attentive in this section, because with respect to separation of powers, that is the board schedule of the Constitution, the national laws takes precedence. So it means, therefore, in case a county has no clear law, then the national law takes it. So we already have done that one. There's agricultural Elgeyo Marakwet. There's a law of the agriculture. The 30-meter rule is there, and also we're implementing MCA. That's in terms of Article 58(1) and 2. That's environmental and social impact assessments, and also issues of Article 68 of the MCA. However, I wish to actually say this: in Kenya, what even our partners, I think some of them have mentioned, is that we need to operationalize the already existing laws and policies, because action speaks louder than, is it so? Action speaks louder than, so we need to operationalize the already existing laws. However, brother, it is there and it's in place, and I'm not only going to, for our partners coming to Elgeyo Marakwet, we have the marking. Somebody has mentioned about the Spencer line, the upper and the Spencer line in our escarpment, and also we shall also mark the 30-meter rule as per the MCA, and also as our Matter Constitution. So the answer is yes, it is there, operationalization. However, we still have some challenges. Allow me to say this, that
Apart from the challenge I've mentioned about resource-based government in Elgeyo Marakwet, we also have what we call tragedy of commons. I know you are environmentalists. Yes, I've been told to summarize, I'll do it. Yes, finally is Bogipto. I hope I have not forgotten, but I hope he said it very clearly. It's like a lot of partners in Elgeyo Marakwet. We've been ranked third in the year 2020. We've been ranked fifth recently. That is true. But allow me to say this: the reporting system is up to date and is even required by the Climate Change Unit Directorate in the Ministry. It's good enough. All the partners working within Elgeyo Marakwet are also sending reports so that we amalgamate together with the Kenya World Service on this reporting. The latest report we received last week was for Iten Eldoret Water Fund about the restoration of upstream of Moiben catchment. So we received. However, we shall still even do more. The partners coming kindly, let's also work together so that we have a holistic approach. But good news to you, Kipto, that of course, yes, on a research taking place, there's some statistics taking place, some data being collected now. My team is in parts of them so today, and in Soy North and Soy South, there's projection that we will already gone up significantly because we have done the Kaptakat fast. It's up to we are now in 7th edition. So a lot of restoration is taking place. We shall have our lost glory. Finally, thank you, partners. We know your work. KVTA, KFS, NEMA, and also we have the World Vision, Iten, Eldoret Water Fund, and also our communities. Doing very great. Will you allow me to answer for him, because there's a question asked to one of my communities on PFMB. There's a question directed to him.
I think he can respond to it. And please make it so brief because of time we have to close.
Maybe a response or what?
Yes, kindly just respond very briefly.
Yeah, first, thank you for raising that issue. As agricultural or agribusiness people, and I said, let me start with the PFM first. We said we thank the Iten Eldoret Water Fund through KFS and through the Community Forest Association to come and assist us, finalize and implement the PFM. PFM, the Participatory Forest Management Plan, we did one and it was not implemented. It had to be revised, and that's why we are doing it now. This one now is going to be finalized, and I think once it is in place, that's where now you people or the researchers would come in and take up their positions. The current law says the entry point to engage the community in forest issues or forest matters is through that engagement of of a participatory forest management plan being in place, so that actually they see what was captured in that. And at the same time, the first county integrated development plan, for your information, was through this institution, the Eldoret University. They did it, the first one, in absentia of what we call the spatial planning. I think the director will tell you who could have come first to come and identify the resources we have. On research on our agribusiness startup association, we have a research and an ecological research unit or centers. We are going to develop one in Kapchero Boys Secondary School. Already, I think I've shared a document. We have an ecological study and research center. We wrote to Pwani University through KEMRI. They have a research or a students sponsorship program, which we want again that they come and assist us. Nature Kenya did also research on the same, and they found a need to engage researchers in this whole issue. So universities and these other institutions are the best people to come and work with us, but we will also need farmers to do their own research. Indigenous knowledge have also the indigenous way of doing things. The only problem we have, especially there, is is poverty of information. Let me say that, and I think you'll understand and accept. He has mentioned of having so many players in the field and who don't know each other. He has given a direction. But in the whole sense, we have poverty of information. I think the TRA, and I'm happy to say thanks to them to have given us an opportunity to present, will come up also with a platform that will be bringing all of us together. And I think if we have sponsorship, that could be an ideal so that we exchange what we're experiencing here and there. I don't know whether I've answered that lady or if there is any other. I think I'll be ready to do that. We can.
Thank you so much. Can we have, I think we have to stop and you can engage the audience later. You can engage him further. Can we summarize next about your question? Please just make them very, very brief. Some of them were
Yes, thank you.
the same.
I want to respond to a question by, I didn't pick your name, but you did mention something to do with Eburu Forest and Lake Naivasha. Now, for the moment, I will say that we have no intervention going on in Eburu Forest, but the forest in itself is within the landscape that we are working in, and it is an area that in the coming days or in the near future, we will be supporting either restoration or any other activity which will be necessary to be done there. So for the moment, we are not in Eburu, but it is still within our landscape that we are working in. The focus of Lake Naivasha for us is River Malewa, which is the key river that drains into that lake. And the source of River Malewa is Abadeas. So the intervention that happens along Abadeas will let us support continuous recharge of that river so that it can be able to support the fishing sector in Lake Naivasha. More importantly also is working with the stakeholders in Lake Naivasha, the hotel industry, the flower farms, to support and ensure that that river is well managed so that it doesn't get overpolluted or the extraction of water does not exceed the limits. Then there was the issue of, I suppose you meant Lake Nakuru, not Lake Elementaita, because we don't have fish in Lake Elementaita. But in Lake Nakuru, because of change in the salinity of that water, initially it was an alkaline water, and the flamingos, that was the home of flamingos. So we had algae, which is food for flamingos. But the increase in the water levels affected the salinity of that water. And that increase led to population of fish increasing. So right now, the population of fish in Lake Nakuru is very high. The big problem that we have at the moment is the quality of that fish is not fit for human consumption. And it is a factor of pollution. What is happening on the upper catchments of River Njoro, which is that one of the key rivers that drains into Lake Nakuru, and also River Makalia, which also drains into Lake Nakuru. All the stormwater that happens in Nakuru city, they all flow into Lake Nakuru. So it's a consequence of pollution, and it's a consequence of not managing that resource wisely. Ourselves, we are addressing the challenges of erosion on the upper catchments, and also working with WRA and NAWASCO so that the issues of pollution is really limited, and where possible, those who are polluting the rivers are prosecuted. Then the issue of Kaptagat, as raised by Kapkea, on forestry adoption. I think that is a KFS function. The Forest Act 2016 allowed KFS to enter into agreements with different entities to adopt various sections of the forest. In Kaptagat, I am aware that Eliud Kipchoge Foundation has adopted 50 hectares, 50.8 hectares actually, for restoration purposes. So on the adoption part of it, that is the much I can say, but KFS is better placed to respond to that. On the issue of RED programs, for us as WWF, we are not really proponents of RED programs. What we are doing ourselves is to ensure that as any restoration efforts is being done, as any environmental related issues are being addressed or interventions being made, the local communities are involved. And the guiding principle for us is environmental social safeguards framework, which ensures that there is participation and full participation, not the mere presence of communities in any undertaking that happens in the resources that they are near in. And I will also mention that for forests, where there is community forest associations, they do normally write forest management agreements. And some of the user rights that are stipulated therein indicate what the communities need to exercise or enjoy within that forest. And of course, with the agreement, no action can happen in the absence of the communities. We are not ourselves as an institution or as an organization pro activities that excludes communities in them deriving benefit from the resources that they are in. On the issue of Bogoria Baringo, for the moment in Lake Bogoria, I think it is suffering the same fate of acts of nature, where the increase in water levels was beyond what was thought, or it went beyond. So, and that really affected quite a number of communities, infrastructure, resources, and everything. And many livelihoods were affected by that. Ourselves, for the moment, we have not really had interventions within that area. The approach that we have used so far is through Baringo Community Conservancies Association, where we have had an agreement with them to support some of the communities that are within that landscape, but ensure that their livelihoods are, the mitigation measures through the nature-based solutions are implemented along that landscape. But it is something that we are rethinking about around, because of course, as I mentioned, the 4 lakes, Lake Baringo, Lake Bogoria, Lake Nakuru, Naivasha, and of course Elementator are key water sources for us that we are looking on under the freshwater component. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we go online? Can we go online?
How do we show? Yeah, so thank you. I don't know if that can be heard. I will respond to some few questions. I think one was based on duplication work. And it is not really the duplication of work. The project I talked about in Elgeyo Marakwet is also in Busia and also in Siaya County. And I think when we were entering Elgeyo Marakwet County, we went through the county government. We identified a lot of projects there which are going on already. DSP, KSCPA, CAP, ILRI, KEPLOP, FLOCA, and the rest. And those projects have been undertaken in different countries, in sub-counties and wards in Elgeyo Marakwet, places like Endo, Kapsowar, Senguen, Soy South, Soy North, and the rest. So most of the time when we are doing some of these things, we partner with the county government as the entry point to do some of these things. They give us the information of what they are doing, and then from there we see how we get in. So again, I'd said in my presentation that most of the panelists have had seated there and talking are people we can collaborate with, especially in training and incubation and giving grants for those who will want to do business. So whoever wants to collaborate with us, I think they can leave their contacts with the people in charge of this conference, and the university will be able to collaborate. Something else about about mitigation, Baringo, Bogora, climate change issues. I think it is very difficult to mitigate climate change right now. I'm talking from maybe a socioeconomist point of view, and most of these things like rise in water levels are things which occurs naturally. So possibly greening landscape could help, but to an extent. And again, we are moving away from just mitigation to adaptation. How then can businesses and even people living in these areas adapt to climate change issues? Because the climate change here, they are erratic sometimes, and therefore it is very difficult to mitigate some of those indicators. But if we can adopt to them and adopt climate smart technologies that can help communities survive, that will be very good. So I think those were my questions directed to me. And I think that, oh yeah, somebody also talked about how do we measure greenhouse gases in Elgeyo Marakwet. We use Picaro technology. Mainly, we borrowed these technologies from ILRI because the project is in partnership with ILRI. And these technologies are very expensive, by the way. So possibly we could not afford at this juncture. But through our collaboration with ILRI, we got the equipment to do this. Interestingly, also, these technologies are put on farms in Elgeyo Marakwet, meaning we are partnered with the communities, people who own this land, and the activities that they are doing there. We measure whatever they're doing in the farms using those technologies, and at the same time, they are protecting those technologies in their farms. So we can never do research in isolation. We really partner with everybody who is an interested party, and we are free to and open to partner with more. I think we had gotten a link with some person in Elgeyo Marakwet on just incubation. I am told they are doing it there as well. So we're going to collaborate and see what they're doing and what we are doing and what can we do best to help the youths and the women doing business. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much.
I think the relevant question has already been answered twice. So I don't know what I can add. In terms of duplication, Dr. Alaya said very well that when you go to a place, there are entry points, like the county government. You know, if you go to Kisii, you go elsewhere, you have to go and, first of all, you must do an inventory of the activities being done so that you don't, you can then know who can you work with on the ground. But also, I want to disagree with the notion that there's a lot going on in Elgeyo Marakwet. It's because we have had the two speakers from Elgeyo Marakwet. If we had others from other county, you realize that there's a lot going on. Like the projects we are having, they are not only in Elgeyo Marakwet, they are in other counties. So, but also duplication. So I don't think that we have reached a point where duplication is an issue. Because you find even within a county, people are working in different places, different ecological zones, and doing different things. The only way we can avoid people doing is to make sure that when the projects are exceeding, they are reporting what kind of results do we get. And researchers, we are doing very badly here. You collect your data, then you don't report the community. What did you find? And how beneficial is your research? And the communities are really, like if you go around the Lake Victoria, they're saying that you are interviewing us forever, but you never tell us what do you find? And these are the first questions we get if you go to most of these communities or these areas. They're asking, you were here last time, what did you find? You are studying water quality, what did you find? Others were thinking that we are looking for gold, but that's because, we are not really communicating what we are doing so that people can understand how they are likely to benefit and contribute. Because we are living now in a world of co-designing. everything we are doing, we should co-design with communities. And community participation as one of the bottom of our approaches to resource management is very critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josephine, you have quite a number, but I hope you'll answer in the shortest time possible. I'm going to stop you if you go beyond 2 minutes.
Wow. Time of being the last one. Thank you so much for listening to us and asking the question. As we all gather here to rethink our ecosystem, the question directed to us, I will choose to start with, are you doing any other agricultural activities? I think that was the question. I want to say yes. I started by saying we do agroecology and climate justice. In short, when we talk about agroecology, we talk about having agroecological practices which are promoting sustainable farming methods that enhances soil health, water conservation, biodiversity, and encouraging the community to adapt all this. So what we are doing is, as an organization, we are measuring on capacity building. And currently, we are working with 30 groups from the 30 wards of Eldoret, our Singishu County. That means every ward gives us one group of farmers. And all these groups, we are training them to practice all agroecology practices that exist. We also work with youth, and this is our biggest desire, that our youth should be in the forefront in practicing agroecology and climate justice. So how do we work with the youth? We engage the youth in groups again. We empower the youth. We build their capacity, and we develop exchange learning programs from the counties that are practicing this. Like one of our key county that soon will be part of us here is Murang'a County. We would love to see how they are engaging their youth in agroecology. And so those who are here and you are interested to be part of agroecology youth volunteers, you can join and you get all the trainings and the capacity you want. I also mentioned that we work with ecosystem volunteers. These are the same youth volunteers, and anyone who is interested is also welcome. The other question was soil health. Yeah. The beginning of all this story, the beginning of all this discussion is the greatest resource called soil. Unfortunately, little is known and little is done by our community when it comes to soil health. And so as our organization, we embark on creating awareness, training, and capacity, building the capacity of community, using these 30 groups that we've already identified per ward, to empower them on their soil. Do you know how healthy is your soil? Because your soil is a determinant of what you are eating. Unfortunately, our region, we don't take much effort to heal our soil. But of course, we take ourselves to the doctor because we are sick. But our sickness begins with the soil, and that is what young man asked, what do you do with soil health? This month of November and mid-December, we'll be embarking on a training and awareness program for soil health and testing. And one of our partners is University of Eldoret and the county government of Uasin Gishu. And we are happy to bring on board also Murang'a County Youth Department. They have an innovation on, they have technology of testing pH level at the soil by the youth themselves. And this is an interesting area that we want to venture in, and we are beginning this program this month. And finally, yes, the question from my young sister there said, tell us how you came out from ideas to practice. Yes, the very day I went to school, I decided that I don't want to be employed, and I want to be an employer. And while I was studying in Moi University, and I'm happy to see Professor here, that's my school. I did my first degree in Moi University, my second degree in Egerton, and I also did another second degree in Catholic University of East Africa on development studies. I did my PhD back in Moi. And I'm happy to say it is very important as young people. God has given you the golden opportunity not to sit in school to be employed. After all, there is no jobs in Kenya. But you are the potential employer. And therefore you need to work hard and come out. Bring your ideas because you are unique. You are unique. You are one of its own kind. And so don't worry. Develop your ideas. Put it on paper. Speak out. Don't fear. When you wake up, when you stand, you will always attract because you are unique. And therefore, don't fear. We are willing and ready to help you share your ideas because you have solutions. God never created you in vain. Not at all. You have solutions to this planet. Every one of us. If you only discover that, then take responsibility. Together, let's rethink our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We had a question online from Charity, but I think it's answered. Charity, you're online. You've had the question answered just now by Josephine. So thank you very much. Can we applaud our panelists? Okay, now I'm going to remove one of the panelists from there and ask him to take over the next part of this session. So thank you so much, panelists. We really appreciate you. And thank you so much for the very inspiring presentations that you've done. Thank you so much, even the ones online. So now I'm going to hand the program back to Dr. Masise.
Yeah. I think I want to thank everyone for heeding the call to be here, especially today. You know, today was one of those days when you don't hurry to wake up, isn't it? Because it was a national holiday. But we all agreed to be here so that the program of the conference is not interrupted. So before I continue the program, I would like to invite Sally to give your final remarks. Okay, yeah, I've understood communication there. So I want to give a vote of thanks to everyone who has participated in this conference, as a presenter, as a participant, those who have played different roles, registration, the food, the logistics, and so forth, that has really helped us come to this far. So and also on behalf of the university and the partnerships and collaborations that we have, I think this conference has given us an opportunity to, first of all, learn what's going on. I must say that the theme of the conference and all that you have presented falls within the activities that we teach and research on almost on a daily basis. That's why you realize that we have quite a number of projects on water, on the environment, on restoration, on forestry. We have a full department of forestry. When it comes to aquatic science, fisheries, we are there. We have department of wildlife management. We have departments of environment, environmental biology, human ecology. So all of these programs fall within. And we have quite a number of alumni working outside there. You have already seen, like, the one working with WWF is from here. And most people, yeah, Dr. Korir also, most people confuse us with Moi University. Yeah, we were part of Moi University for so many years, but from 2013, we are separate University of Eldoret. But obviously, the resources that were in those departments at the Moi University, we inherited all of those. So the professors, the research labs, and so forth. So we are very strong in those schools and departments. So if you want, for the students, if you are not a University of Eldoret student, if you want to pursue your postgraduate programs, you are welcome to join us. So without much ado, I want to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Planning, Research and Extension, Professor Laburu, to open and close the conference.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm told to close, to open and close. I think it is only Jesus Christ who does that. But I'm just a human being. So I want to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, starting with the Restoration Alliance. The conference that you brought here is really very relevant for us as a university, as has been told by Dr. Masese. And really, you did the right thing, and we will continue to work together with you. I also, since getting into administration, I've lost a lot of touch, but I'm just so excited because when I hear some of these things, I think of running out of my office to go back to the field. Because through my research, I've worked in so many places. Like Naivasha, I think I stayed for almost 4 years. I've been to Olbolosat. I've been to, most of the lakes and most of the rivers you're talking about, and some of the forests. So I really thank God for that. Allow me to be very fast. I am just standing in for my Vice Chancellor. He was supposed to be here exactly at 2, but we are expecting some visitors from China who are arriving in the next few minutes. They're supposed to be there by 3. So that's why I have requested if I could be given time to just close, open and close, but then you can continue with any other activity so that we don't interfere with the other program that is going on. So what I'm going to read is from my Vice Chancellor, but as you have been told, my role here is on planning, research, and extension. I will deal with all the issues of research, issues of innovation, issues of linkages and partnerships, issues of resource mobilization, and issues of outreach. We all deal with that as we discussed yesterday. So please allow me to convert myself to a Vice Chancellor. Okay. I wish to welcome you all to the University of Eldoret, the flame of knowledge and innovation. As a university, we are guided by our mission, vision, and core values. Deeply entrenched within our fabric is the virtue of nurturing future leaders and innovators through the provision of quality education, training, research, and consultancy in our diversified niche to meet the daily aspirations of our immediate surroundings. I am glad to note that once again, through the Directorate of Research and Innovation, the university has been exposed further through knowledge dissemination and the inaugural International Climate Change Conference and Ecosystem Restoration 2024, organized by the Restoration Alliance in collaboration with the university, is a very noble venture for capacity building and a knowledge exchange, which has taken place in the last 2 days. Guided by the conference theme, Rethinking Our Ecosystems, it is clear that as humanity, we are at the crossroads towards advancing sustainability and modernization. As we strive to navigate the complexities of modern life, we must recognize our interrelation with the environment. For centuries, humanity has viewed nature as a resource to be exploited, thereby overlooking the balance that ecosystems bring in sustaining our livelihoods. Within our surroundings, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are constant phenomena that we face, and their impact on our health, livelihoods, and economies is notable. Thus, as humanity, how do we begin to rethink our ecosystems? First and foremost, it is important to understand that for every action, there is a reaction. By interfering with our forests, wetlands, and rivers, we interfere with our health and economies. Thus, for sustainability, we need to practice regenerative agriculture, adopt renewable energy, and encourage conservation measures. And allow me to add that any ecosystem that has been destroyed, it is very difficult to restore it to 100%. Action will take a very short time, but restoration will take several years, and we may not achieve exact ecosystems or even the biodiversity that we lose. And several things happening in Kenya tries to even show us that we cannot restore certain things. So we should be very careful. Secondly, we must embrace innovation and technology in monitoring our ecosystems to restore damage and reduce waste. For example, through the use of precision farming techniques within our farms, we can be in a better position to minimize pesticide use and enhance soil health. When you talk of soil health, we as a university are very strong, and we are doing a lot around this region and even in the country at large. We really emphasize on this, and a lot of our engagements with communities Always soil health is one of them that we normally send our experts to go and train our communities on soil health issues. Also, incorporating spaces in our urban planning, we can improve air quality, hence affording our ecosystem a sustainable future. Thirdly, we must create the needed awareness through utilizing the power of education. As a university, we are also very strong in education, and more so technology education, where we are one of the pioneers. And so far, we have done very well to train some of the PhD students to go to Moi, some to Masai Mara, and some to other universities who started technology education. And technology education empowers our teachers who are going to teach our children to understand the things that must be done. And creating awareness, I think as we were presenting as a university yesterday, we told you that the number of communities we reach out in creating awareness is far much more than the number of students we have. At the university, we have about 14,000 students. But last quarter alone, that is from July to September, we reached out through our outreach center over, I think over 3,600 community members. And during our agribusiness trade fair we did in September, we reached out 18,300 community members. And so you can see that within just that one quarter alone, we have reached over 20,000. And so by the time, at the end of the year, we would have reached very much more through awareness creation on the right technologies to be used in diverse fields, agriculture and also in environmental issues. So through this, we can empower individuals, communities, and organizations to advance the needed sustainability within their respective surroundings. Please let us not think that the communities don't know science. Communities knows a lot of science. The most important thing is how do you communicate that science? If you communicate that science in a way that they can understand in their language, communities will do better jobs. It's unfortunate in our country, we have developed some of those community organizations. I remember in environments, we have the BMUs. In the forest, we have the CFS, isn't it? And underwater, we have the RUAs. And all these are very vital community-based organizations with more skills. But we form them and we don't empower them. And even the people that they work with, we don't go down there to see how are they rolling it down. And so it's very important that sustainability can only be created when we go down to ensure that these communities understand. There is no science they don't understand. I remember there's a time we were doing a project and we wanted to tell some fishing communities that you're the one who have destroyed the fish. They were saying nowadays we don't get the traditional fish species that we loved. I'm sure you know when I start talking about fish where I'm talking about. Lake Victoria, and some of them were just behind the home of this professor here. And there are certain species that disappeared and their community really loved those fish. And what were they doing during the rains? You know that when it rains, the fish have sensors. And so during that time, when the warm water gets into the lake, that is when they go out to breed along the river. And these communities were now waiting for them across the river as they go to breed. And when they go there to breed, they are ovigerous. That is, they have a lot of eggs. So if you ate one fish, like I'm sure this professor must have eaten over 1,000 fish, like what we call ningu, shilbe, and whatever. If you eat one, you have eaten almost over 10 million fish. because they were going to breed, and then after breeding in the river, they come back. And so when you translate this knowledge to the community and they understand that, oh, kumbe, this fish that I used to love, I participated in extinguishing it. You've already done a lot of science. So when you start a restoration program to make sure that there is no capturing of fish on the river mouths, it is simple because they understand. So please, we are really advocating that let us go down and bring science home so that our communities can be able to work. Because after all, you are not always there. My brother from WWF, I don't know how many times you are in the aeroplane. Every other time, maybe you're going for a conference, you're going to do what you're going to, isn't it? Now, what you have already talked down there, when you are away, who does it? And our dear brothers in different partners, our different partners. So this is what we are emphasizing, ladies and gentlemen. Last but not least, by advancing the needed synergies and collaboration on the local and global scale, we can be in a better position to address the increasing environmental issues. This is because environmental matters call for collective action as evidenced within the Paris Agreement's matter on climate change, among many more. As I finalize, I take this special opportunity to thank the Restoration Alliance for collaborating with our university to host this inaugural climate change conference. I believe the panel discussions and paper presentations from this conference is going to form a basis of our further research and also our further intervention so that we can be able to influence policy, both in the areas we work, in the counties, and also at the national level, so that we can be able to address our ecosystems for the betterment of the future. With these many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I once more take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming to the University of Eldoret, the flame of knowledge and innovation, having had a successful 2 days of deliberation on the matters of rethinking our ecosystem. I now take this opportunity, I don't know, this opportunity is for what? To open and close this conference, assigned by Professor Thomas Cheriot, Vice Chancellor, University of Eldoret.
So we are going to receive a word of prayer as we come to understand that you should not leave because there are a couple of presentations remaining. One presentation, isn't it? So then after that, then you can go for lunch. So we can finish and go for lunch so that we don't have to come back. So, a word of prayer. Can we stand up?
Kindly, we stand for the word of prayer. Let us pray. Dear God, we are before you this afternoon. We want to thank you, God, because you've been faithful unto us. When we started this conference, Jehovah, we called upon your name, that you will be in our midst from the beginning up to the end, and we've seen your faithfulness. You've been gracious to us. You've given us patience. You've given us knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And there are so many ideas that have been shared in this place, oh God. We want to pray, committing these ideas before you and all of us, that you may help us to implement them in our various levels, in our various institutions, in our various organizations, for the betterment of conservation of our environment, that, Lord, even the future generations will have livelihoods that are better. We thank you, God, because we believe when we call upon you, you will bless us. We thank you for the organizers of this conference. May you bless them in a mighty way, Lord. We thank you for our university management. Thank you, Lord, for they have really supported us in every way possible. Thank you, Lord, for all this, Jehovah, we surrender to you. Even as we part from this place, let your peace accompany us, and let your blessings, Jehovah, be upon us. For this is our prayer with thanksgiving in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, thank you. I know the DVC was going for a meeting that is happening just now, and that is why they have to leave. And we have one presenter online, SK Elolia. Is he there? Yeah, Professor Elolia. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so
Thank you for having me. My part. Anyway. I'm so glad to participate in this conference. I realize I'm the last person to present, and it is hard to be the last, and I beg your patience as I present this theological component on the environment. I'm so impressive that you open this conference with prayer and close with prayer. I've been to so many academic conferences where prayer does not even appear. So thank you for putting God first and putting God last and putting God in the middle. So I want to present this paper. The title is Theology and Climate Change. And I present this paper from the part of North Carolina, East Tennessee, where Hurricane Elaine devastated recently, and some of my friends are still dealing with that effect, with those effects. We hear when the scientists tell us that biological diversity ensures a balance of life on Earth and creates the circumstances in which life flourishes. Unfortunately, due to human actions, the balance is out of whack. The evidence shows that a tipping point may be close. Some Christians interpret these in apocalyptic terms as end times instead of recognizing the complexities therein. In the early 2000s, scientists confirmed that human actions have changed the climate, and many of these changes are irreversible for centuries or millennia. The Nobel Prize winner, Paul Crutzen, called it the Anthropocene epoch. It represents a new geological epoch that would terminate and replace Holocene, an earlier epoch. The fight for the earth requires knowing who the polluters or the culprits are. Obviously, not everybody is involved in this crime. The term that represents the culprits is called Capitalocene epoch. The Capitalocene epoch stands for the centrality of capitalism in contributing to climate change. Capitalism has transformed the globe so that no part of it is left untouched. The term stands for the maximization of economic profit, and it is global. Capitalocene dominates the previous epochs, including Anthropocene and Holocene. The ambitions of capitalocene exploitation and extraction go beyond the planet Earth. Religion and theology in capitalocene, and this is coming out of the term capitalism, try to identify the powers and the alternatives to capitalocene. In such a context, where the economic interests of a small and privileged group control both people and planet, theology has a God-given mandate to take sides, and hopefully the side of the people and the planet. Also, theology in the capitalocene epoch need to recognize the power of collaboration and solidarity in the diversity of nature and its productive dynamics. Today, such collaboration is under attack by capitalist exploitation and extraction of nature. Thankfully, there is resistance. Organic or liberation theologians have the awareness that the various power differentials can only be overcome when the many pull together to counter the efforts of the few who rule. They are not afraid to ask hard questions about the location of the divine in what they represent. This approach is especially relevant for religious leaders and theologians in the Abrahamic faith tradition, whose most ancient narratives identify a God who changes the course of history by taking the sides of and standing in solidarity with the exploited slaves. It is a story of alternative powers at work. It is no wonder that the Exodus story, "Let my people go," has become a rallying point for liberation theologies everywhere in the world. The father of Black theology, Black American theology, James Cone, thought that the logic that led to slavery and segregation in the Americas, colonization and apartheid in South Africa, and the rule of white supremacy throughout the world is the same one that leads to the exploitation of animals and the ravaging of nature. The fight for justice cannot be segregated, but must be integrated with the fight of life in all its forms. Ultimately, organic intellectuals need to ask hard questions related to power and seek answers that take into account the flow of money and capital, which often translates into political, cultural, and religious power. Can you imagine the alternative? Another factor leading to climate change and to ecological destruction is arguably colonial or mission Christianity. Lynn White argues that a sector of Christianity has significantly contributed to the problems of ecological destruction. According to her, Western Christianity is the most anthropocentric religion the world has ever seen. Playing off humanity and nature and devaluing the latter on a grand scale has led to the exploitation of the natural resources. The so-called prosperity gospel, for example, of is a religious group whose leaders accumulate wealth at the expense of their church members, but really lack ecological awareness and often do little or nothing in way of restoring the creation to prevent global warming. In our critique of such a theology, Lynn White lists 4 reasons that validate ecological exploitation. 1, desacralizing nature through a condemnation of animism. That means condemning nature worship as wrong. Secondly, establishing a linear rather than cyclical understanding of time. And thirdly, insisting that only humans are made in the image of God and that salvation pertains only to humans, thus establishing a dualism between humans and nature. And finally, suggested that nature exists for humans to be subdued and dominated because they were not made in the image of God as humans. Evangelicals in Africa are theologically close to their counterparts in the West. In that sense, they may not consider climate change as an existential problem, but is rather a fulfillment of end-time prophecies as dictated in the eschatological beliefs. Secondly, many Christians still hold onto the belief of their rights as those given divine dominion by God to use nature for their own benefits, citing passages such as Genesis 1:26 to 28 to endorse their perspectives. And that is the part that talks about domination of the earth. And thirdly, many Christians subject themselves to a form of theological fatalism, believing that natural disasters, etc., form part of the world's divinely orchestrated destiny. Lastly, many adopt a form of biblical literalism and are skeptical of the notion of anthropogenic climate change, believing that Scripture provides sufficient truth for existence and living, placing less value on insights brought by science. However, when climate disasters strike, religious institutions often respond with open hearts and helping hands. It is the churches that become safe havens and new homes for the displaced. It might be helpful if those churches go back to their ancient African traditions for wisdom on how to treat and care for the environment. African traditional religion is very close to nature and has created eco-friendly structures, practices, and sanctions that are of enormous benefit in protecting the environment. Such conservative and preservation mechanisms could be harnessed in mitigating climate change and protecting the environment. Ezra Chitando is right in observing that African traditional religious values and practices, such as respect for the land, divinity, and maintenance of sacred groves and forests, among others, offer good and alternative strategies for climate change mitigation. On the opposite side of these other groups are the non-evangelicals, which really comprise many groups who are eco-friendly and are on board in preserving the creation. They take science seriously and believe that climate change is happening and try to respond accordingly. Western feminist scholar Sally McFeck developed the notion of the world as God's body. Another group on this camp are the liberation theologians who critique both colonialism and neoliberal capitalism for over a half a century now. While concerned with oppression and exploitation, matters of ecology have long been part of their conversation. The Brazilian liberation theologian Leonardo Boff and Yvonne Guevara ventured more into ecology in their work. The eco-friendly Father Muyepe of South Africa affirmed, we have a faith-based approach that insists that the fight against climate change should have a people-centered approach with a view that before God, everything is interconnected. Now let me end with biblical resources that will help us ground our thinking. Now, the biblical and theological understanding of the environment must start with the fundamental premise that God created the universe for which humans are participants. Therefore, the creation belongs to God, not to humans. Sadly, for some, the idea of exercising dominion under the sovereignty of God has meant exploitation, conquest, and control. But that is missing the point totally. The creation was established in a state of shalom, meaning peace, justice, harmony, and integrity. It is seen by God as good. The human body is made of the same matter as the rest of creation and is constantly exchanging particles with it. Humanity cannot be understood as separate from the rest of nature, even at the physical level. This is not a call to earth worship, but a recognition of the unbreakable kinship of all God's creatures. It points to the underlying unity of all things, and if that can be connected, then there is a connection with the cosmic Christ, because his body is the whole universe. In Colossians 1, we read, "He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For in him all things were created, in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or principalities or authorities, all things were created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things are held together." Christ redeems the whole creation, and his power of life over death means that there is not one scrap of the universe that will not be part of the new creation in the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God includes ecological harmony, as in the picture of the lamb and the wolf lying together in the book of Isaiah. In his book, Green Christians, James Jones thinks that we have distorted our vocation as Christians. Instead of bringing earth as in heaven, we are bringing earth as in hell. Now, what then is the proper role of humanity on the planet? The Bible offers some roles, and I will highlight only two offices among many, and those are the office of a prophet and the one of a priest. Now, a prophet is a seer who perceives things as they truly are and who speaks of what he or she sees. The prophet sees the inner essence of everything and stands witness to its reality. This inner sight is what artists connect with and then try to portray in their work. To be a prophet is to be primarily perceptive. The prophet understands the power of silent observation, intelligent contemplation of things as they really are, restraining the urge to experiment, interfere, change, or improve is a service humanity can offer the whole created order, and its effects cannot be underestimated. What is seen is understood, and what is understood is loved. If no time is made simply to see what it is, it will not be missed until it has gone forever, and then it will be too late. It is a prophetic role to speak of the beauty and the goodness of creation, to make people see things for what they really are, and to free the earth from the oppression of exploitation, ignorance, and plunder. The last one is priest. A priest stands between the earth and heaven. The priest can bring God's blessings on all the earth by caring for it as God's steward, not as a master. The priest's hands become God's hands, and through him or her, what is touched is transformed. For some, this is most clearly demonstrated in the Eucharistic feast. The elements of earthly reality of bread and wine become a means of grace for human beings and themselves receive new meaning and status as they are offered to God. The offertory prayer acknowledges the balance between what has been given by God and what part humanity has played in transforming it. By developing and using the earthly gifts of God rightly, human beings accept and help them to realize their potential as communicators of God's reality. Human beings should transform nature with the understanding that it is a gift from God, knowing that once the transformation is affected, the creation must be offered back to God. As priests, human beings have the choice to live sacramentally, receiving all creation as a gift, transforming it, and returning it to God. In closing, let me give some recommendations. First, ecological literacy should be adopted by churches, mosques, synagogues, and temples, and it should start at infancy, Sunday school. Such education should involve field trips to ecological sites and planting trees. Second, moral values grounded in religion must be brought to bear in determining society. And three, reject neoliberal economies that treat human economy as separate from Earth's economy. Number four, switch to renewable energy source. Number five, reject the economic growth measurements, GDP, and replace it with other measures of economic well-being, such as ecological sustainability. And finally, promotes sustainable reforestation, as you've done. Forests help reduce climate change, as you know, by sequestering carbon. They also help preserve biodiversity, which is critical to food system and healthy ecosystem. And I thank you for having me again. If you have any questions, I will entertain them at this time.
Thank you, Professor Samuel Elolia, for that presentation on role of religion in ecosystem restoration. So stay online. We are going to have questions for you. So we are going to raise maybe 2 questions to him, and then he will answer. Any question for Professor?
There isn't any.
Okay, we have one, yes.
Thank you, Professor Elolia from Millikan University in the US for that great presentation. I want to ask how can religious leaders ensure that there is no exploitation of the congregants within our churches, and how do we stop this Mackenzie type of religion and preaching so that we don't really exploit our people? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Just give.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. So much about now the role of religion. And I want to really thank the presentation, because last week in Elgeyo Marakwet County, there was a congregation of churches, Green Churches Initiative in AICCCER to really move as a team of Christians towards the climate action. And personally, I participated. Now, my inquiry is, now the role of religion in climate action. I come from Embaput area, a place called the Kasagur Moror Escarpment, and there were cultural attachments which people were really fearing, don't even touch any cultural respected sites. How do we then harmonize between the religion and the cultural those cultural sites towards the climate action as per your presentation. It was a very informative, and I captured something that in the Sunday schools we need to inculcate the mindset of a restoration of our conservation sites.
Thank you for those questions. Professor Samuel, you can answer.
Thank you. Those are good questions. And let me see if I can bring all both together. First of all, the first question is, how do we prevent our churches and our leaders from misleading people? I think it was unfortunate for sure and embarrassing to have my country of Kenya I think I don't know why I have to. Anyway, the first one is that we need to address theological education. And our education is colonially connected. We haven't really rebooted the colonial system that is in our country, particularly in theological education. I think our priests and pastors need to study alongside the foresters and the scientists and the and those in humanities in the same space, because if we are exchanging ideas in the classroom and outside classroom in the close proximity, we can actually eliminate some of these weird thinking, or where somebody just wakes up and thinks that they are pastors and just start doing things. So I would like to encourage more University of Eldoret to be a pioneer and start a faculty of theology and religion. You see, a lot of our universities do not have theology at all. And so if University of Eldoret starts that, then theological students who serve our churches will have a good training. It also brings a diversity, because you see, as it is now, many of our theological schools are denominationally bound. But if we have a central place that brings everybody, then it means that the freedom of expression will be realized. So that's number one. And I hope the Chancellor is, the Vice Chancellor is listening. Number two, about Mboput and traditional knowledge, I think also that our pastors were trained to make war with our traditional religion. So I encourage for us to revisit, because there is nothing evil in what our ancestors believed. Why don't we integrate biblical theology with our traditional knowledge, especially the good practices that had been given to us through that system? And that could be done also in education, and having a place where that can be cultivated is important. Not a place where African religious ways are demonized.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for your response. Prof, just stay online. There is one burning question, please.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for that powerful presentation.
Can you read, let me see.
Okay.
You must read that for me, please.
Professor, have you heard the question? There is a third question.
No, can you read that for me?
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Prof. I love your recommendation. My first question is, how can we involve our churches in Kenya in rethinking ecosystem? And how can you simplify your studies to reach the audience? And finally, the verse in Genesis, I can quote, but I know there is a verse that says, multiply, subdue, and have dominion over it. What is your take in rethinking ecosystem in relation to that verse? Thank you.
Well, thank you again for that question. Now, how do we engage our churches? I think our churches should open up to scientists and allow scientists to inform the church. The churches need to possibly honor the creation by incorporating in the church calendar a creation day or a creation month where all efforts and thoughts will be targeted or will be focusing on the environment. Now, the second part of that question is related to Genesis story about domination and filling the earth. Well, I don't think that verse really means what has happened today. It doesn't mean that we need to have 8 billion people in the world. It doesn't mean that, because 8 billion people are only numbers that is sometimes problematic when it comes to the natural resources. So how do we read dominion? Dominion does not mean that we control the ecology. God elevated this ecology. Now, think about it this way. When God created the world, the first thing to be created was natural, like the stars, the sun, and then on the 6th day, the last day, then humans come into existence. So in terms of order, humans are the last. And so they should really, as humans, we should see our position in that sense. So domination is problematic. And so we need to reinterpret that for our churches. Some people say it means stewardship, and that is even that's close to it. But sometimes you can even challenge that terminology or that responsibility of stewardship and say, why is that so? Is God absent? Did God just create this existence and this world and live and left it to humans to take care of it? Where is God in this then? If God has left it to... So we need to reverse that and say that God is still in charge of God's creation. And humans haven't really done a good job in it. It's like that story in the New Testament where somebody was given... Jesus tells a story where two people were given talents. One put the talent hid the talent somewhere, and another one used the talent properly. So when the master came, he took the talent from the other one who misused it or who kept it somewhere else, and gave it to the other one who used it well. So maybe when it comes to that responsibility, God might take that talent away and give it to somebody else. And so anyway, it is just problematizing the story. But the comfortable word that has been adopted is to be stewards of the earth. And that does not mean that you have to control it. Stewardship is only managing it, for the others, for other people, and even the next generation. So the question we need to ask is, have we been faithful stewards of God's creation?
Okay, thank you, Prof. I don't know if you still have anything, but I believe you've answered the questions well. That one, we preserve it, please, because of the interest of time. This has been a good presentation, and I've seen it has really motivated us. How religion can actually help in conserving our biodiversity. So with the interest of time, we are coming to the close end. But before that, I want to give Madam Sally so that she can take us to the far end. Okay? So welcome.
Thank you, my sister Yeruto, Daktari. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Dr. Sally Kimosop, chairperson of Scope Intervention, which is the team within the Restoration Alliance, for the interest of those who were not here yesterday. Now, I want to really appreciate everyone. I know vote of thanks have been given, but I want to say that really stretching this far, we want to appreciate everyone, including our participants online. Now, the Restoration Alliance is going to concretize all the presentations that we have had within the next 1 month. Then we have the various organizations. We will have them in an online meeting so that we can do a way forward together. Within the next 1 month, I think we'll be able to do that. And then we will also create a climate change working group of the participants that are here and those who are going to join us even in the future, so that we can plan a united front together. We say that when we work together, then we will make great impact together. And with that, I want all of us to stand and so that we can pray for lunch.
So before we pray, those people who have gotten the cards, you will move to the direction where you went yesterday. Mr. Mabonga, you will follow Mr. Mabonga. Yeah, please. And then the rest, we go together with me. Thank you.
All right, let us bow down and pray. Bless us, O Lord, with the food that is before us and that we are going to take. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Nimeweka ile brief, eh? All right, thank you all. Safe journey, eh?